time. Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, July 8th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order and ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. England, would you please call roll?
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack.
Here.
Wilburn.
Councilmember Wilburn is remote. Continue, yep.
Calvert.
Here.
Rameli.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. And Councilmember Wilburn is here, so I think we're good. So next item is approval of the agenda, and there is an addenda. Mr. Funk.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have two items for your consideration under tonight's agenda. One is related to item 10F, which is the mayor's reimbursement for travel expenses. The summary statement and the background report that was in your packet incorrectly stated the conference location, so that has been corrected to indicate the conference is located in Toronto, not Philadelphia. And then the second item is related to 14D, which is an ordinance authorizing and regulating the conduct of lawful gambling, repealing and replacing section 605 of the Minnetonka City Code. Staff received comments after the distribution of the packet last Thursday. Those comments have been added to tonight's addenda. So those are your two considerations, and I turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council, is there a motion? Councilor Calvert.
Thanks, Mayor. I make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? Councilmember Rameli.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton. Yes. Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes. We have two sets. The first is the June 10, 2024 study session minutes, and the second is the June 24, 2024 regular meeting minutes. I think we can do those both in one motion. Is there a motion? Councilmember Rameli.
I'll make the motion to accept the June 24, 2024 regular meeting minutes.
And the June 10.
And, I'm sorry, and the June 10th regular meeting minutes.
All right.
So study session minutes.
Very good. Is there a second? Councilmember Foster
I'll
Bolton.
second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilor Rameli and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is special matters, and we have none of those tonight, which brings us to reports from city manager and council members. Mr. Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, good evening, Council. A number of items here for you this evening. First is the relief program. Recently, Leslie Yetka, our natural resources manager, provided an update to the City Council, and she spoke of the $338,900 grant that the city received from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to enhance the community's forestry health. And with that grant, our staff has created the Minnetonka's Relief Program that went live this past week, and those costs, or the grant dollars, help cover ash tree removal costs on private property. So it's a new program for the city. It's exciting for our residents because up until this point, trees located on private property are the responsibility of the homeowner. With this grant, it does allow homeowners to receive reimbursement for removing dead or diseased ash trees on their property. As we all know, that is infesting our city. city. And so excited to roll out this program, and it is available now to residents. They need to go on our website and check out the program details. There are income guidelines associated with that, or certainly call City Hall and our Natural Resources Department. Then moving on, Shady Oak Beach was actually featured in last week's Star Tribune's Ultimate Guide to Best Beaches. So a nice shout out to our beach that we partner with Hopkins on. Shady Oak gets a lot of attention, gets a lot of usage. As you know, we staff lifeguards, we have our concession stand, and it's a wonderful place for families with kids and teens, and recognized as such. Upcoming then on July 13th, we invite the public to celebrate Pride Month with Minnetonka, Hopkins, and the YCMA. We've partnered with those two organizations and appreciate the work of Jace Alexander, our senior DEI coordinator, on that event. There will be music, food, games, and more at the Ridgedale Commons on July 13th from 11 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. The event is free and open to the public. Turning our attention to voting, as you all know, we do have 5 elections this year. We do have some in the rearview mirror. Absentee voting, however, started on June 28th and runs through August 12th. The Minnetonka Community Center is open, so we do have a special area right outside our council chambers here in the community center for absentee voting. And then I also want to make an announcement with our GIS team here in our staff in Public Works. They are creative and creative in implementing a new hydrant maintenance program. And so they're able to build a collection of mobile apps and applications that will help our utilities division flush, maintain, and repair hydrants. And so using technology to our advantage in terms of streamlining our operations, and it's a way for us to be efficient as it relates to fire hydrants. We do have a few of those around the community. I also want to just mention, related to Public Works, our streets division is also very busy with a number of projects this year. We do keep our website up to date with a number of our public projects, and so one of those have been wrapped up, and certainly more summer paving projects are scheduled and will be coming up in this next week. Shady Lane North area will be featured next week in terms of repairs, so encourage residents to check out our website. Those can be frustrating because we do a number of projects to keep our roads at a very high rating level, and so appreciate our work of Will Manchester and his team. And then last, just want to mention, last Wednesday, the Minnetonka Police and Fire Departments hosted their annual safety camp. It's a really exciting event. We had 30 participants, and then the city does partner with Xcel Energy, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, ACT United, and Hennepin Healthcare. It's a really nice event for some of our younger members in the community, and appreciate the efforts on that outreach event that we hosted. So with that, Mayor and Council, turn it back over to you, and hope everyone had a good 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council, any reports to make this evening? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, I just want to wish everyone a very good Disability Awareness Month. So I heard a wonderful story about some local kind of standout citizens with disabilities who are advocates for their community, and so I just want to bring awareness, and happy Disability Awareness Month.
Very good. Any others? Councilmember Coakley.
I just want to say that I attended the fireworks display in Excelsior for Minnetonka and Excelsior, and it was really nice and busy as ever display and event, and there's a lot of folks there, a lot of traffic, and it's just an excellent event, and so I encourage people to maybe go next year if you didn't make it this year. And then in addition, I want to make a comment about fireworks. I know I received a call from a resident that stayed on Covington Road, who stated that she was driving along her road on Covington around 10 o'clock at night, and there were some teens that were shooting fireworks at her car, and she and her husband was driving, and it really made them uneasy, and he had to slow down. Her husband was driving, had to slow down, and she was really disturbed by it. And so I just really wanted to remind folks, and I know that, you know, sometimes teens think this is something fun to do and just playing around, but just folks to remind their teens how dangerous it is to be shooting fireworks at cars or anything other than where they're supposed to go in the air, because it's very dangerous. And then also a lesson that I had to learn this weekend as well, allow my daughter and her friends to pop fireworks, trying to clean up my neighborhood. We did fireworks on the 3rd, but just trying to clean up. We didn't let the fireworks burn out all the way. Like when you think they're all the way out, they're not. And so we had placed them in the garbage. And so we saw smoke coming out. We poured water in it, and I had to pour more water in it. And I thought it was fine. I was tired because it was past my bedtime. Luckily, I had the trash can outside of the garage, and I left it on a corner. But when I woke up the next morning, there was a really big hole. So that let me know that the fire was still burning. And yeah, so we got to think about that. I said that was a good lesson learned for me. Trying to do the right thing, thinking, oh, I had to pour about 3, pots of water, and I thought it was fine. I was like, oh, it should be fine, but it wasn't. So just to be mindful of fireworks, no matter when you think they're fine or not, and just a small spark could cause a fire. So I'm just being careful with that, and just being mindful, and even with adults and teens and whoever, just think about it before you make that decision to toss them away in trash. So, all right, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Mailey?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had an opportunity to attend the League of Minnesota Cities annual conference in Rochester with several other members of council and the mayor, and just wanted to thank the staff and the residents for making this opportunity available to council members is very valuable. I attended a number of sessions, very busy, 3 days, including environmental issues, and also an issue on Global Minnesota, how we can do more to help internationalize or bring international ties to our city. And probably for me, the highlight of the conference was the ability to tour Rochester's new geothermal system that they have used, and I'm hoping to learn more about that and see if there's any lessons to be learned or things that we can apply here in our city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romali. Is there anyone else? I had a meeting today with the Regional Council of Mayors, and so this was the annual meeting where mayors met with one another and these various superintendents, school superintendents from around the region. And we learned a lot. We talked about a number of things, and the topics were, what keeps superintendents awake at night? And also, we talked about AI and the impact that AI has on the classroom, and both the challenges and opportunities associated with that. But I felt very fortunate that I had both the superintendent of Hopkins schools and Minnetonka schools with me, and it's just good for us to work together because in many ways the superintendents and city officials are in the same business. We care about our residents. We want to make our cities and our schools as good as we can make them, and I think we'll do a better job of that by collaborating. So this was a very collaborative event, a positive event, and it was interesting and informative. So that was my activity for earlier today. So with that, we'll move on. And the next item is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is an open mic opportunity. If you have something that you want to make the council aware of, please come forward, state your name and address, and share your perspective with us. No action will be taken, but we will note your concern and turn it over to staff. And if there's any follow-up, they will connect with you and also inform us what happened based on what you had to say. So is there anything that you would like to share with us on items not on the agenda? All right, seeing no one, we will move on. Next item is bids and purchases, and we have none of those tonight. So item 10 is the consent agenda, and these are items requiring a majority vote, and these items are typically routine. So we had a report in our packet, and we read up on all of those. And as I read these into the record, if anyone, either in the audience or on the council, would like to pull one of them for further consideration, please indicate that. Then we will vote on the items that didn't get pulled, and then we will go back to any items that are pulled for more detailed conversation. So item 10A is a resolution authorizing the expenditure of fiscal year 2024 and 2025 opioid settlement funds. Item 10B is an ordinance rezoning the property at 18393 Covington Road from R1 low-density residential to R4 medium-density residential. 10C is a conditional use permit for an accessory dwelling unit at 3836 Brown Lane. Item 10D is a floodplain alteration permit for a swimming pool at 15719 Minnetonka Boulevard. Item 10E is a resolution appointing election judges and absentee ballot board for the August 13, 2024 primary state election. And item 10F is mayor's reimbursement for travel expenses. So first of all, council, or would anyone like to pull any of these items? Or would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move approval of consent agenda items 10A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Englund, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
yes,
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley, Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is consent agenda items requiring 5 votes. We have none of those tonight. And item 12 is introduction of ordinances. 12A is items concerning Amira Villas, a residential townhome development at 901 Carlson Parkway. And Ms. Thomas, I believe that report is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wearsome and council members. Earlier this summer, the council viewed a concept plan for development of the United Properties site at 901 Carlson Parkway, just south of the Amira apartment building. In 2020, that site had actually been approved for a 138-unit hotel, but the concept plan suggested development instead of a 9-building rental townhome development for a total of 28 units. Generally, the council felt at the concept review that this concept had some merit. Some council members, in fact, thought that more density could be achieved on the site. United Properties has now submitted their formal application for development, just a slight change from the concept plan, reducing the number of buildings from 9 to 8, increasing the number of units from 28 to 30. The proposal requires approval of a major amendment to the master development plan, again, to switch from hotel use to townhome use of the site, and approval of a site and building plans with a floor area ratio variance. This evening, the council is being asked to introduce the ordinance for that major amendment and refer it to the Planning Commission for consideration. We're also asking you to approve or modify the notification area. It's our standard 400-foot notification area in this case, which was the same notification area that we used for the concept plan review. So with that, I would turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. First of all, council, any questions for Ms. Thomas on her remarks? And I was thinking particularly in terms of the notification area. Any concerns about that? All right. So this is an introduction. And so what our objective is, we're not approving anything tonight, but we should, as a council, raise the issues and questions that we would like the Planning Commission to consider as this proposal moves forward. And so any concerns or issues that anyone would like to bring up on this, this proposal concerning Amira Villas? Anyone? Councilor Calvert.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agreed the first time the concept was proposed, you know, it's compelling. We also already had the discussion about density and how, you know, in many ways this property, you know, kind of cries out for more. That said, we also understand the need for this kind of housing product, which is extremely difficult to find. And in looking at, you know, they're just very simple plans on the drawings, and we're not, you know, this is introduction of the ordinance, but I'm looking at the drawings, and there seems to be basically just a cement drive between the kind of two main groups of buildings being proposed, and so just yeah, the current proposal, they're just, I start wondering about, you know, what that looks like through there. It's not very Minnetonka-like, and so just wondering, you know, what that is going to end up looking like, and that's really all I have, because these are just very rudimentary drawings, and it's, as everyone knows, I am, you know, I'm not a visual person that way, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Is there any other thoughts or questions that council members have?
Yeah.
Councilmember Romali?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo the concerns that we have about density, but again, understand, as Commissioner Banks on the Planning Commission said, our hope is that some of these units will be rented. I believe they are still rental by Minnetonka residents, and thereby free up some housing, you know, some middle housing or missing middle housing for other Minnetonka residents to be able to move into. So that would be great. Love to see if we can somehow track that. It would be wonderful if it did happen. My only other comment and direction to the Planning Commission is to work towards, you know, or encourage the applicant to work toward and bring forth some proposals that might contribute to either LEED and or the National Green Building Standard certification on some level. That would be really welcome, and you know, this is premier development in our community, and let's see if we can, you know, it's, Amira said, you have said that this is a model and a flagship development. You know, I'd love to see this next phase of the development also be a trailblazer and a leader in this area. So that is my hope and direction to Planning Commission to help shepherd that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? You know, I think I'll comment briefly. I agree with the comments that have been made. You know, I think as this gets fleshed out, because it is being positioned as a kind of a premium product, I'd like to have a better sense for what it's really going to look like as it comes forward. You know, I understand the rationale for, as I've kind of read the staff report and read about this. I mean, my sense is that there are people who live in the building, the Amira building that exists already, and if you've been in that, that's a very nice building. But I also think that people who are, for this is a 55 plus proposal, and the building next door is 55 plus, as people leave their homes, whether in Minnetonka or elsewhere, they want a little more daylight, a little bit more elbow room, and so forth. And so I think that the market for a product like this is probably quite strong. And as has been suggested by other council members, while this doesn't have the density that maybe we would would like to see in this area, it does create a pathway for people who want to stay in Minnetonka to have that opportunity. And then hopefully that will open, life cycle transitions, create opportunities for other people to buy single-family homes from the people who are moving to occupy these properties. So I get that desire to downsize and simplify, and so I can relate to that. I fall into that demographic, although nobody, I'm sure, believes that. But anyway, so I understand the market and the need, and I think I think this project has. I think it's an attractive project that has a lot of potential, so I'll leave it at that. Anything else? Otherwise, I think, is there a motion? This is an introduction. We will get another opportunity, and when it comes back to us, there will be opportunities for we will take resident input at that time, not on this one, not this meeting, but the next time it comes back. And there will be a public hearing also at the Planning Commission meeting, assuming this goes forward. So, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make the motion to introduce the ordinance and refer it to the Planning Commission.
Councilmember Mailey.
I'll second the motion and look forward to welcoming this to Ward 3.
All right, very good. So we have a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Rameli,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries.
Mayor, if I may,
You may.
that does approve the notification area too, just by
Okay.
default, so.
All right,
because
very
you
good.
didn't make any modifications.
Thank you. We did not. Very good, thank you. So that takes us to item 13, which is public hearings, and we have 4 public hearings tonight. So I will, 13A is a temporary amendment to an on-sale liquor license for D&D of Minnesota Incorporated, doing business as Famous Dave's on 14601 Highway 7. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is just a short report. There is an outdoor barbecue event that they would like to hold at the location that the mayor mentioned on Highway 7. The event is to take place on August 10th specifically, and it would occur from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. They do have a number of activities. There are barbecue samplings, there are giveaways, prizes, etc. So that's kind of the activity that they plan for that day. They do have a liquor license, and basically you're amending their liquor license to hold this event. You do that with other kinds of facilities in the city as well. There's a certain amount that they can have every year for these private events for their business. So with that, the staff does not find any reason to not approve this. We do recommend approval to the City Council. If you have any questions, Mayor, we'd be happy to answer.
All right, so Council first, any questions of staff? All right, then this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the audience, whether the applicant or anyone else who would like to comment on this. And if there is, please come forward, state your name and address. And if you're not so inclined, you're not required to. I'm just wanted to make sure that was available to anyone who was inclined to comment. Greetings, welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address. And
So my name's Eric Clements. I'm the general manager of the Famous Dave's in question. So we're excited about the event. We'd obviously extend an invite to everyone here, and hopefully we see some faces. It should be a fun time. It's our second annual, and we look to continue to do this every year. So it was a good event for us last year. We want to expand on it a little bit by offering some beverages on a patio to go with some good barbecue. So
excellent.
yeah,
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? All right, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. So council, any comments or a motion? Councilmember Calvert?
It sounds delicious, and I hope I can go. And I'd be pleased to move approval of item 13A.
Very good. And a second? Councilor Rameli?
I'll second the motion.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is an on-sale wine and on-sale 3.2% malt beverage liquor license for El Fideo Incorporated, doing business as El Bodegon at 17623 Minnetonka Boulevard. Again, Ms. Wishnak.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an actual ownership change for this restaurant known as El Traviso on Minnetonka Boulevard. And it is going through the ownership change to a family member, Rene Ruiz. Olivar is the owner that's proposed. As you know, with any ownership change, there's a separate background and a background report prepared by the police department. That background information is being gathered right now. We would continue this public hearing until August 5th, where you would have a final consideration of the liquor license. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for any questions.
Very good, Ms. Wishnak, thank you. Council, any questions on this item? All right, I'm not seeing any, so I will open the public hearing and ask if there is anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this item. Is there anyone? I'll ask one more time. Anyone want to comment on this item? All right, seeing no one, this is not a public hearing that we're going to close. We're going to leave it open, and it will be continued to August 5th, 2024, where it will be ultimately decided. So with that, is there a motion to continue the public hearing? Councilmember Romaili.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion to continue the public hearing until August 5th, 2024 for final consideration, and really look forward to some good tapas in Ward 3.
Very good. And is there a second? Councilmember Shack?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Romaili and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Oops.
Yeah.
I think that was a yes.
I think it was a yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 13C is an on-sale wine and on-sale 3.2% malt beverage liquor license for Mega Pickle and Pong Minnetonka LLC, doing business as Mega Pickleball at 17585 State Highway 7. Ms. Wishnak.
Thank you. One more time, Mayor and Council. This is, again, another liquor license, same type of license that the restaurant before was asking for. However, they've never had a liquor license at this location for this business. They do plan, Richard Gray and Ellen Redmond are the owners. They do plan to open a restaurant called Fork and Pickle is the proposal, and then they would add beer and wine to their offerings for that. Again, same situation. The police background check is being conducted right now. We'll bring that back to your continued public hearing on August 5th. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for any questions.
All right, Council, any questions regarding Mega Pickle and Pong? All right, then I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address this item. Is there anyone? All right, seeing no one, I will bring it back to the council. Again, this public hearing will remain open until August 5th, but we need a motion to continue the public hearing. Would someone like to make that motion? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'll make a motion to continue this item to the public hearing on August 5th.
Very good. And is there a second? Councilmember Calvert?
I'll second, Mayor.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Foster Bolton and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. That brings us to our fourth and final public hearing for this evening, and that is for item 14D, or 13D, excuse me, an interim ordinance authorizing a study and imposing a moratorium on commercial cannabis operations within the city. And Ms. Heine, that's you.
Mayor and members of the council, this ordinance was introduced by the council on June 24th. The purpose of the ordinance is to authorize and direct staff to undertake a study related to the operation of cannabis businesses within the city. That study and the ordinance would require that the city staff report back to the city council with proposed regulations regarding appropriate, for example, distance restrictions from schools, daycares, other things like that, and other regulations as allowed by law. That study must come back to the council by December, the first meeting in December, I believe, of this year. In the interim, the ordinance would impose a moratorium to prevent any business from establishing within the city until those regulations are put in place. As I indicated, this was introduced on June 24th. The council did not request any changes at that time, and the adoption of an ordinance like this was specifically authorized by the state legislature. It will remain in effect until the city council has adopted regulations or until January 1st of 2025, whichever comes first. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Heine. Council, any questions for Ms. Heine? All right, then this is a public hearing item, and I will open the public hearing and ask to see if anyone would like to come forward and comment on this item. All right, please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you want us to know.
Hi, my name is Abby Johnson. I'm a Minnetonka resident. I am currently looking for a space to put my cannabis business. I'm a social equity applicant, and I've been seeking in Minnetonka for the last year. So no business or no landlords are willing to rent to me, and I just want to let you guys know, if you guys pass this ordinance, you're going to be passing up the social equity applicants, because we don't have a lot of money. All the money that I have that I'm putting into this is money that I've saved every single cent that I've earned by working full time. I'm a mother of 6, and so it's really hard to put away money. And so when you're passing ordinances like this, it's really kind of dismissing the social equity situation, because the big people are going to come in with all their money and they're going to be able to do it really quickly. I unfortunately have to move very slowly. You know, I'm still working full time and I'm still putting money into it, and so it's really, really hard to establish in Minnetonka. I have a bunch of kids here, you know, and I really want to keep the city safe. By having an operation like mine that focuses on education and wellness, and you know, to really think about what it does for the city of Minnetonka, not just making fast, quick money.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this proposed ordinance? Anyone at all? All right, then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a question. Maybe I was wondering if staff could kind of go over some of the issues at play here and why, you know, it was felt that this moratorium was necessary, given some of, you know, the considerations in terms of not being able to establish. Could you just clarify that again for, you know, folks listening or you know, potential applicants, why this has been, you know, a difficult issue to navigate for staff, and also for, you know, obviously we don't want to impact social equity applicants. It's not something that we're choosing to do. Just the lack of guidance from the state, timely guidance in terms of ordinances and things like that, and what the conundrums that have been faced, just so we can educate residents and others on that score, if you wouldn't mind, briefly.
Ms. Heine?
Mayor and members of the council, the reason that the staff is proposing the ordinance is that at this time we do not have regulations in place that would establish distance restrictions from, for example, schools, daycare centers, other locations like that, which the state legislature specifically authorized cities to adopt regulations like that, and the city has imposed similar distance regulations, distance requirements like that for things like tobacco licensed facilities and similar type uses to this would be an adult restricted product, cannabis products. So we do have things like that in place for other similar products. We do not for cannabis, even though the state law authorizes us to do that. By putting the moratorium in place, we are able to undertake that study and review the model ordinances that the state had to produce, and the state did produce those model ordinances, but not until, I believe it was late June, possibly the Friday before June 24th, when they released them. We have not had an opportunity to review those regulations. This would give us the time to do that.
Thank you.
Very good. Are there other questions, council members? Ms. Heine, I'm gonna ask a question because, I have attended a number of sessions, most recently at the League of Minnesota Cities annual conference. And my takeaway, and I didn't sit through the entire presentation on this topic, but I sat through the entire presentation a year ago, but this is a moving target from my perspective. Correct me where I'm wrong. And so we really don't know how and when things are going to happen because the state, frankly, doesn't really know how and when. They have some deadlines, but I appreciate what Ms. Johnson said to us, but I'm also not convinced that our ordinance would meaningfully stop her from making preparations to go in business for when the rules are more clear. The rules from the state, in my view, are very unclear and don't represent a very good foundation for starting a business. So my takeaway is that our ordinance with a moratorium prevents us from the unintended consequences of people doing things when frankly the situation is very unclear. And I'm just wondering if you have any insight or anything that would, kind of build a stronger foundation, because I really don't feel that there's enough information there for us to be in a position to take any action other than a moratorium. But help me if I'm missing something.
Mayor, the state has not promulgated the regulations that will be in effect and will apply to licensed businesses. They have not completed that process, so we don't know what those regulations are. There are many municipalities that have already adopted moratoria. Many of them did that back in July and the fall of 2023. So the city of Minnetonka is not alone, and as I indicated, if we don't have a moratorium in place, we cannot guarantee that the regulations that you may adopt later, after we've been able to review the study and put those regulations together, we cannot guarantee that we would be able to enforce them against businesses that would start up in the interim. That's why we are suggesting the moratorium.
Right. Thank you. Councilor Calvert?
Ms. Johnson brought up social equity applicants, and in reading it must have been the study session packet on this, as I recall, social equity applicants actually go to the front of the line to do business. And so, I don't know how that translates into what happens in particular municipalities, but is there anything we can do to reassure Ms. Johnson or other, small business people that, aren't flush with cash, that they stand as good or better of a chance than anyone else trying to establish a cannabis business of doing business here.
Ms. Heine, have fun with that one.
Councilmember Carter and members of the council, the state does have a process in place for social equity applicants. The state, when I say they, I mean the state, will not be approving final approval of licenses for anyone, including social equity applicants, until sometime in 2025. The state is currently accepting early applications from social equity applicants that would allow them to start cultivating plants if they receive pre-approval. And to receive pre-approval, the social equity applicant has to state that they are in compliance with local zoning regulations. So this moratorium would have an impact on social equity applicants in terms of they would be unable to get pre-approval and begin cultivating products in the city until after the city has adopted its final regulations. That could be sometime this fall. It won't necessarily be December. It could be earlier, but as I mentioned, we just got the model ordinances, and we want to have regulations in place that will apply to all businesses.
Thank you, Ms. Heine. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I recall when we were dealing with a tobacco ordinance or smoke shop ordinance recently, one of the conversations in doing that was that we did have the authority to theoretically change the ordinance that would result in people being required to cease operations immediately upon adoption of ordinance. I mean, that's really what we're also trying to work against here, is having somebody like Ms. Johnson invest her money, start cultivating, and then have to cease operations once we adopt an ordinance that maybe she inadvertently is not in compliance with. Is that line of reasoning correct?
Councilmember Shack and members of the council, this is somewhat different because when the council put the distance requirement in with respect to tobacco, that was done under tobacco licensing, which the city is authorized to do. Under the cannabis statute, the city is not allowed to issue licenses, and licenses can become, whatever license regulations you have in place, you can apply them even to an existing business, and they will have to comply with those. But under the state regulation of marijuana, the city is allowed to put in restrictions. Most likely those would come through zoning ordinance, and as compared to a licensing ordinance, if a business establishes lawfully under current zoning ordinances and the ordinance is subsequently changed, the city may not be able to apply that. They may have established a lawful non-conforming use. So that's the distinction, and that's why we are proposing a moratorium to prevent that from happening.
Thank you, Ms. Heine. Any other questions? Let's see, I did close the public hearing, right? I'd like to double check. Council, what do you think? I mean, the only quick comment I would make is that, as Ms. Heine indicated, we are not a leader or early. We're not early on the moratorium front. We're probably one of the more lagging cities. I mean, I know Hopkins put a moratorium in quite a while ago, and as did a number of neighboring communities. And so kind of my takeaway is a moratorium a great answer. Well, I've kind of cynically said in the past, when cities don't know what to do, they put a moratorium in place. And I think that's really the circumstances here. The direction from the state is unclear because the state hasn't really made all the decisions they need to make. And so it's a bit of, it's like walking on a water balloon. It's a very, very poor foundation for us to make any regulations. So I think a moratorium is very appropriate. But I don't know, council members, any other comments? Councilmember Shack?
I agree, Mayor. I will make one comment that as things clarify, I don't think we'll probably get it right away. And the state has obviously not gotten it right away. I hope that, especially now that some of the sample language is out there, that we can get this done before January. So perhaps we can give these folks, particularly the social equity applicants, a little bit of an opportunity to get in there and get this going, because it's here, and it's here. So I would like to see people get opportunities from it who aren't big corporations. And so if there's anything that can reasonably be done for us to, and I understand bandwidth and we want to get it as close to right as possible, but let's try to also be cognizant of creating some opportunities for folks as well.
Other comments, council members? Anyone?
I just
Go ahead.
agree with Councilmember Shack.
Great.
Yeah.
And I'll just add that, I feel for the social equity applicants, because I think that the uncertainty that's coming from the various regulatory authorities at the state level is kind of giving short shrift to the social equity applicants, because the idea with that was to kind of give them a head start. Well, you get a head start, but guess what? Nobody gets to start. And so, that's a challenge, but that is not something that I think we can fix here. We have to have more clarity and more certainty from the state before we can, do something that would make the situation better. So, I'm supportive of adopting the ordinance for that reason, but I think we should indicate that we hope to stay nimble. And I don't know, Councilmember Wilburn, do you have anything that you want to add on this topic? Okay, seeing none, all right. Would somebody like to make a motion? Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to adopt the ordinance on an interim ordinance authorizing a study and imposing a moratorium on commercial cannabis operations within the city.
And is there a second? Councilmember Rameli?
I'll second the motion.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Rameli,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wiersum.
Yes, motion carries. So that takes us to item 14, other business. And 14A is a Metropolitan Council Transit Cooperative Agreement. And Ms. Wishnak, you're the star of the show tonight.
I guess. I don't know.
That's the way it should be. That's good.
Way too many items tonight. Totally switching gears, Mayor and Council. This is about transit, and it's about our cooperative agreement. And for those who don't have maybe the historical context for transit in Minnetonka, in 2000, the legislature allowed cities in the metropolitan area to do what's opt out. It's called opting out of the Metro Transit services. And actually, Minnetonka did that and did so with the intention of just having more freedom of choice about what kind of transit services it would have in its future. And in doing so, we were required as an opt-out community to establish a transit cooperation agreement with Metro Transit because we actually selected them to provide the services. So as we kind of say in the staff level, we opted out to opt in. And it's kind of a hard thing to get your mind around, but that's truly what it is. We opted out, but we contracted back with Metropolitan Council for the transit services. In 2010 and 2011, there was a pretty substantial transit study done. At the time, what was happening is service was being questioned in terms of, are we getting enough service? Are we getting enough for the money that was being contributed for Minnetonka, that sort of thing. That kind of conversation was going on at the council level. And when we did the study, we actually found our services were commensurate with the type of funding we were receiving. And so that study did have some suggestions, and we made some changes. As you know, COVID happened, and all of what happened in the transit world kind of went quite different than what we were expecting back in 2010. We've worked through some of the ridership numbers with Metro Transit. We've been looking at different options. Some of the changes in services have come post-COVID. And now we're into a new transit study that we're kind of reflecting on where we were at in 2010 and trying to kind of get a sense of where we're headed, especially with light rail opening in the next couple of years. The other thing that's happening is Metro Transit is doing a project called Network Now. And Network Now is a total look at their system as well, more on a regional basis, not on a community level, but it really, they'll talk about it tonight. There's some staff here from Metro Transit that will talk about what that effort is about and why they're doing the Network Now study. The actual action for the City Council, after you hear the presentation from Metro Transit, is about amending this agreement, this transit operations agreement with Metro Transit just for one more year. Typically, we'll do a 3-year time frame. For those of you who have been on the council, you've seen those renewals every so often. This one, we've asked the council just for 1 year so that we can kind of get through some of these study periods with both the Metro Transit study and then the local city study. We can bring that information back to you, and then we can make some more educated changes for the next contract term. With that, Mayor, if you don't mind at this point, I would like to call up Adam Harrington, who is with Metro Transit, and he has a few slides to share with you this evening.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wishnak, and welcome, Mr. Harrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Adam Harrington. I'm the Director of Service Development at Metro Transit, and it's been my pleasure to work with your staff over the past 20 years now, and I reflect on that because I just had one of my children have a 20-year birthday that coincides with all this work. So just a couple slides here to kind of set the stage for where we've been and where we are. This is some of the things I want to cover today: the service, where it is, the ridership patterns, Southwest LRT, and looking at Network Now and what our next steps are. So just to orient you on the service that we are currently providing to the city of Minnetonka, and it looks like the new numbers on the route numbers on the slide didn't turn out on the map, but this is a map of Minnetonka, and all the purple lines show where the bus routes are, and then the table on the left shows how many trips are actually operated within the city of Minnetonka. These routes actually extend to other parts of the network, so someone could have a one-seat ride into Hopkins or Minneapolis or Edina and make those connections there. So this gives you a sense of scale for what's being operated today. And we've really appreciated working with city staff to massage some of these routes in the past. We've made some changes. Actually, in 2019, we made some changes working with the city. So that's been a great partnership. But we have a lot of interesting things coming up, in particular, Southwest LRT. It's been the project that we've been all anticipating for a number of years now, and that's really the subject of how these connections can be made into the transit system. So that's one of the main components of what we're looking at moving forward. But as was stated earlier, ridership has changed significantly since 2019, and thinking about the change in travel patterns and a lot of remote work that's happening now. And on this map, you can see 4 different colors. The top line on here is the local bus route ridership. This is for the whole system. And this is something that other systems have experienced around the country. We're not that much different. But I wanted to point out the difference between the local express in the blue, or excuse me, the local bus in blue and the commuter express in red. They're just very different markets. And you think about County Road 73 Park and Ride, which is a great facility that we like, and we'll be bringing state fair service to it again this year, which we're excited about. We're turning the corner on expanding our workforce, so we're able to do that. But we're in a situation now where we're trying to fit the right bill to the right market, and that's really what Network Now is all about, as we think about our network and where we're at. So as I mentioned, Kearney Road 73, this is a map of our park and ride lots in the West Metro, and really Kearney Road 73 is the location where most Minnetonka residents take advantage of our service. The level of service we have there now is much less than it was in 2019, but as part of Network Now and workforce hiring, we continue to grow. This is one of the corridors we want to focus on. We still have Route 645, which operates all day long across 394 from Wayzata into downtown Minneapolis, both directions. So it's a really good service to make those connections, along with some of those crosstown routes that I showed on the earlier slide. Green Line extension, we're zeroing in on a 2027 opening of revenue service for Green Line, so we're really excited about getting that going. As you may already know, it's 80% complete, and you've probably seen the nearly 100% complete stations in your area at Shady Oak Road and really down in Opus as well. So we've got connections we're looking forward to making there and getting that service off the ground in 2027. A lot of work has been disruptive as well, and I want to point out a couple things. The roadway impacts, some of those are mostly wrapped up. The stations are complete, the bike trails are opening, and that's throughout the whole corridor, which is really nice. And as a cyclist, I recognize that in a lot of different places along this corridor, so that's good news moving forward. Here's a type of service that we're really excited about introducing. Metro Micro, as I'm sure you know, Southwest Transit provides microtransit, Plymouth provides microtransit. We started a pilot project in Minneapolis last year to provide microtransit service, which has gone very well. We're in the process of extending that service to several locations around the region. We've selected 8 areas that we're going to focus on that are really part of Network Now. And we want to sequence a project in Minnetonka along with Southwest LRT because we think it's really probably the best way to connect people to LRT and the rest of the system from this area. And so that's one of the keys, we think, to having a successful system in Minnetonka. So that's coming up in the next couple of years. And all of this fits into Network Now, which is our system-wide visioning of how we want our system to look by 2027. So there are a number of capital projects, BRT projects, and of course the Green Line extension opening in 2027. And putting those pieces together for growing our market, both LRT as well as local bus and microtransit. So all those pieces are coming along. We actually have a report that's nearly complete right now for Network Now, and will be coming out to the public this fall to get feedback on that. And I just like to stress that it is a vision for the system. It's a concept plan. We really do want people to give us feedback. And as we do with most sub-regional corridor studies, we're always making adjustments based on what we hear from our stakeholders and our customers and communities. So we're looking forward to that. So I'll be going to Met Council in August to bring that item forward for public review and get that process going later this fall. So here's our timeline. Hoping to have our comments back and really those plan modifications ready to go by the end of this year so we can get council approval. And then we'll be off and running to implementing all of these services, and we continue to grow our service each quarter. And here's a snapshot of what was already referred to, the work that we've done over the past couple decades with the city of Minnetonka and trying to find the right fit and make sure we're providing a good value for what the city contributes and what we can provide in our service. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for all the work that Metro Transit does. I imagine that the job has been very challenging in recent years with ridership changes and work from home and everything else. So it's a moving target, but we really appreciate what you do. Council, any questions regarding the presentation and microtransit issues? Councilor Calvert.
No questions, but I just think the microtransit is kind of that missing piece we keep on trying to noodle on. So, yeah, that's good.
Councilor Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a question around the microtransit. The piece where you're going to do ride shares is similar to Uber, where your folks are going to be picking up folks and bringing them to the light rail. Is that what you're thinking?
Right, Mr. Mayor, council member, yes. So right now, our service as we operate it in North Minneapolis is a ride share. It can be several people riding the same vehicle, could be one person riding the same vehicle, but it's an app-based system so that people book a ride for a origin destination, and if there are other people in that track, then they can pick up other people as well. And so that's what it's based on. It's really an app-based, same-day type service, but it could be a couple different people, it could be a group of people that are in one location, and we've seen some pretty good success from it and some satisfied riders. And I think, in fact, KSTP is going to be interviewing one of our customers this week to do a story on that.
I'm just curious about it. I went, well, I haven't done it this year, but I drove Uber and Lyft part-time. And so I was just curious about, because I never heard of it before, so just curious about it.
Yes, Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I was just wondering, does this include like the cost? Like if I'm going to take the LRT and then if I want that microtransit, is it included in the cost of the bus ride or the trail, or I'm sorry, the light rail?
Right, Mr. Mayor, council member, yes, at this point we have a free transfer from Micro to the transit service, in this case LRT or fixed route bus service. Yeah.
And other questions?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just to have Mr. Harrington clarify, the cost is different though than taking an Uber. So
Right.
think Uber, but public transit cost. So it's typically lower, yes.
Right. Thank you.
Very
Yes,
good.
the fares are much lower, and that's part of why we're calling them pilots. We'll be evaluating
Right.
what the fare structure will be, but right now they're $350 for a one-way ride with a
Excellent.
free transfer.
So I do have a related question. So I've heard about microtransit, and I know that some of your competitors in the metro are offering some microtransit. And clearly, I know you look at other cities and what's happening. And to me, that's the question. I know from my experience as mayor that when you talk about metro mobility, you don't operate that business profitably. It's a very, very expensive proposition. And, you know, as you, and there will be taxpayer subsidy of whatever transit programs we have. But I'm curious, has microtransit proven to be more efficient and lower cost per mile or per rider, or however you want to measure it, than a service like Metro Mobility? Because I know that has been the cost of that has been very high.
Mr. Mayor, yes, our current pilot right now that we're running in Minneapolis is more cost effective, but Metro Mobility is a much different service. The microtransit is constrained by a particular geography and within certain time constraints, whereas Metro Mobility is actually an ADA required service that could go long distances. So it's one that people think of right away because it's the same kind of idea.
It's a similar concept, but different clientele, different business model.
Right.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. This may be a very niche question, but the new residential pass that I think Metro Transit rolled out 2 or 3 years ago for high density residential, does that transit, is that included with that pass as well?
I need to defer to, do you know if it is? This is Ben Bacone. He's your transit planner for this area, so that's why he's here.
Welcome, Ben.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember, I do believe that any kind of TAP or other kind of...
If you'd like to step up so you can speak on the mic, then we'll capture you on the record.
Any kind of fare supplemental thing, like a TAP card or a Metro Pass from an employer or residential hall will work on microtransit. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Councilor, are there any other questions that anyone has? I mean, transit is so important to our community and to our region, and it's so important to our competitiveness as a metro area that we really appreciate what you do, and we appreciate the partnership, but we're also looking forward to what the future is going to bring.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Wishak, do you have anything to add? I mean, this is really an extension of our existing agreement for another year. We're not making any changes. We're continuing what we've got, and then we're looking forward to the future. Anything that you have to add to that?
No, Mayor, just expect some updates as we go along in our transit study. We'll be sharing that with the council as we find out more.
Very good. So, council, any comments or a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make just a brief comment. I think, transit's really, really important, and it's a critical component not only for equity purposes, but also environmental purposes. If we're going to stop adding greenhouse gases, we have to drive less, and collectively in transit's really important. We're missing that here. We've got a number of bus stops that don't have service, right? When I walk my dog, I walk past several of them, and that's very disheartening. I understand why, but I'm really hoping we can start to turn the corner here, and these studies will help us better connect our residents with where they need to be, and that will help them financially, and we'll hopefully do our part, a little bit of our part environmentally. So I'm in favor of this, and I look forward to seeing how we can expand service in the next few years here.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? Councilmember Mailey?
Thank you, Mayor. Agree with what other council members have said. Also look forward to helping push out this information to our residents so that they will respond to this survey, and so we can, gauge what our residents need and want. Another thing to consider is, having lived in other cities, other metro areas, the Circle Line the idea of connecting other suburbs, because now there's so much traffic that is not just going from here to downtown, that is going from Minnetonka to other suburbs. So I assume that that is being measured and taken into account as well with this study that's ongoing right now. So thank you for your work, and residents, please fill out the survey. I believe we have something on that's coming out. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Other comments from council members? So I will comment a little bit. I mean, one, transit, as I've said, is so vital to the economic vitality of our region and our community. But I also want to encourage residents. I've been very involved in the Southwest Light Rail development because I'm part of the Corridor Management Committee, and we have meetings every 6 weeks or so to just bring us up to speed on what's happening with the Southwest Light Rail. And clearly, Southwest Light Rail, when it is running, will the microtransit will tie into that, and it will create much more of a system, which I think will be extremely helpful. But I had the opportunity to walk through the completed portion of the Kenilworth Tunnel a while back, and I just want to say that the Met Council and Metro Transit are offering resident tours from time to time over the summer, and I think if you check on your website, I just want to tell you that it's very worthwhile. It's very informative. Just from the scale, you hear about a multi-billion-dollar project, and it really comes alive. And we were in the Kenilworth Tunnel, and we were literally underwater because we were. The tunnel was dry, but we're literally below the water table, and we're under Cedar Lake and things like that. And it's the engineering that has gone into this is really quite remarkable, and this will be a game changer for our region. The world is different now than when the Southwest Light Rail was originally envisioned 20 years ago, but it will be a game changer for our region, and I think that it will ultimately, through the connections that the rail line and the bus rapid transit and the micro transit will provide will put us in a situation where we will have affordable transit available to a very broad part of our population, and that will benefit us all. So I think it's great that we continue this, and I'm supportive, but I really would encourage people to learn more, because it's very interesting, and there are opportunities to get tours of what's been going on with the light rail. So with that, Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the amendment to extend the term of the agreement to July 31st, 2025.
Councilmember Calvert.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaili.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Wearsum.
Yes, motion carries. Next item, item 14B, is a conditional use permit and site and building plan review for Les Schwab Tire Center at 17565 Highway 7. And Ms. Thomas,
And thank you, Mayor
that's your
Wearsum.
report.
This project and site for your consideration is located in the southeast quadrant of the Highway 7 County Road 101 intersection. It's a roughly 12-acre commercial property in total, with a large multi-tenant commercial site or commercial building that staff still calls the Kmart building, though Kmart hasn't been there for many, many years, and then a standalone fast food restaurant in the northwest corner. There are about 300 existing striped parking stalls on the site. It's situated just west of Purgatory Creek and the recreational trail that goes along the creek, as well as some single-family residential properties, multi-family residential properties, and then a city-owned property. The site was part of the 2011 Highway 7 and 101 village area or village center study, which included a public engagement process envisioning what development could look like in this area into the future. The applicant, Les Schwab Tire, is proposing to construct a tire retail and installation building center just north of that existing commercial building in this existing parking lot. It would be just over 10,500 square feet in size, contain space for retail and showroom area, obviously staff support space, warehousing space, and then 7 service bays. The facade of the building would be comprised of precast panels of various shades and various textures. The proposal does require a conditional use permit, as does any automobile use that includes service bays. It also requires approval of final site and building plans. In evaluating the proposal, staff looked at whether or not it met conditional use permit standards. And as you noted in your staff report, we found that it would not. In our opinion, it does not meet general or specific standards. First, from a general standard perspective, we find that it does not meet the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. As you know well, the 2040 plan includes a variety of policies, objectives, and goals, but one of those is to manage land use transitions and impacts between potentially conflicting uses. And the plan itself points to the Highway 7 and 101 Village Center study. That study includes 2 different development scenarios for the site. And though they're illustrative, what they do suggest is concentrating development or new development on the property towards the highway and the county road. Basically, encouraging or improving or maintaining connections to that natural area that exists to the east. In other words, not directing new development towards that natural and recreational area. The specific standard that this proposal does not meet is that the code requires that any automotive use not be located within 100 feet of any low-density residential parcel or adjacent to medium or residential parcels as designated in the land use plan, in the comp plan, not the zoning ordinance, and it doesn't call out an actual building. It's by the parcel designation. The ordinance does go on to state that the city can reduce that separation if you find that certain things are met, and those certain things really get to buffering. And we do acknowledge that there is some deciduous, a significant stand of deciduous trees between this parking lot and the property to the east, but that property to the east is guided low-density residential. On that low-density residential parcel, there is that recreational trail and open space owned by the city and then residences beyond. Staff does not feel that, does not support reducing that separation from 100 feet because of our concerns about that larger non-compliance, if you will, with the comprehensive guide plan goals and policies. So to conclude then, staff does not support this proposal because we don't believe it's consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. It locates an automotive use in proximity to those natural, recreational, and residential areas immediately to the east. And there are other opportunities on this 12-acre site to locate this type of use in proximity to more intense areas of activity, namely the highway and the county road itself. And so we do recommend that you adopt the resolution denying the conditional use permit and the final site and building plans. I would note that if you are inclined to approve the proposal, we would ask you to direct staff to prepare findings and conditions to bring back to you at a later meeting. And with that, I would turn it to the mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. So I'll ask council if you have any questions of staff regarding their recommendation that we deny this, this proposal. Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just one quick question. What is the amount of separation? You said it's not 100 feet. What is it proposed?
Mayor Wiersum and Councilmember Romali, currently the proposal would be 66 feet from the residential guidance property line.
And I'm sorry if I missed this in the proposal, but is there any planned landscaping, additional landscaping, or are they just relying on the buffer that's already there?
Commissioner, I apologize. Mayor and council member, I'm usually at the Planning Commission. There has been a landscape plan that has been provided. It's primarily showing landscaping in the lawn areas to the north. To provide for additional landscaping would require essentially the removal of some of those deciduous trees in order to provide year-round screening.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Just to be clear, there is an alternative for this building on the site. Yes?
Chair, Council,
That's okay.
Mayor
That's okay.
Wiersum and Council Member Foster Bolton, a alternative has not been provided to staff, but essentially any of the parking area on this property, from staff's perspective, to the west, again, towards County Road 101, towards Highway 7 would be an alternative location.
Very good. Councilmember Romali.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just following up on that, has that been communicated? Was that communicated? What was the communication process? If this has been an ongoing process, as I heard in the Planning Commission for some time, I know in other cases, staff does let applicants know this, earlier in the process. So was this ever communicated to applicants, or did this ever come up in the course of conversations with staff on this matter?
Mayor Wisham and Councilmember Romele, when staff indicated that we did not support this proposal for the reasons that we've outlined here, again, we indicated that there were other opportunities on the site to locate this. Generally, staff tries not to cite design for our applicants, but indicates that we felt that there were other opportunities on the property, again, towards the county road, towards Highway 7, that would better be more consistent with what was shown on the Highway 7 County Road 101 Village Center study.
Thank you. I'll look forward to getting some more information from the applicant.
Very good. Council, any other questions on this proposal? So I think the next thing would be to ask the applicant or a representative of the applicant to come forward and please provide your name and address and let us know what your thoughts are.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Rouse, Real Estate Development Manager for Les Schwab Tire Centers, 20900 Cooley Road, Bend, Oregon, 97701. I have with me here tonight Zach Graham with Graham Engineering and Mark Roeder with KLJ Engineering, members of our design team. Also on the phone is Daniel Cohen, the property owner, who can talk to the issue of alternative site locations. And Zach and Mark are here to dive into the details of the proposed development and how we go beyond the goals of the comprehensive plan. But first, I'd like to introduce you to our great company. Founded in 1952, Les Schwab started his company in a shed and grew his business into what is now one of the nation's largest independent tire dealers. Les Schwab operates 542 stores in 12 states. The company employs over 8,500 people and shares half of its profits with employees through generous programs including bonuses, retirement savings, and excellent healthcare benefits. Les Schwab is committed to its employees at every level of the organization. Les firmly believed, and it's ingrained in our culture, that the company's success depends on the success of its people. We are a promote from within company. Last year, there were 478 store employees promoted throughout our ranks. Les Schwab benefits from a proven system offering our sales and service team members a clear pathway to managing their own store. Each level in the program requires 2 years of service. Your local manager will have been with the company a minimum of 6 years. The company was founded on the idea of creating opportunities for employees to truly become partners in the business. Our new store in Minnetonka will hire between 10 and 15 people and provide them with great paying jobs that come with excellent benefits and a pathway to a rewarding career. Les Schwab is vested in the communities we serve. In 2023, Les Schwab stores invested $6.7 million to support local organizations. Les Schwab has a long history of supporting organizations focusing on vulnerable children, families in need, health and social services, and education. The company held 30 toy and food drives in the 2023 holiday season, collected 134,000 toys, more than 3,000 items of clothing and shoes, and 95,000 pounds of food to distribute to our neighbors in need. Our Tires for Purpose program provides tires to local nonprofits to keep them rolling and supporting the community. World-class customer service, WCCS, is a gauge we use to measure everything we do at Les Schwab. WCCS is what sets us apart from our competition. From employees running to your car when you arrive at our store to America's best tire warranty to free popcorn in our showrooms, the customer is always our focus. In 2023, Les Schwab was voted Most Satisfying Tire Retailer, a national award even though we operate in 12 states. We were also ranked 6th of 300 across all industries in Forbes 2024 Best Customer Service list, and number 1 in automotive. Les Schwab Tires has a 70-year history of earning customers' trust. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Zach Graham, Graham Engineering.
Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Graham.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time. Zach Graham, 4350 Ravalli Street, Bozeman, Montana, Suite B. I gotta remember that one. All right. I guess we understand that members of the council have been able to review planning commission, so I won't do that to you. We'll keep it short tonight. I won't rehash everything. Just going to present a few things at a higher level. First, I'm going to start with the specific CUP standards and discuss those, and then we'll discuss the general comp plan standards used by staff to recommend disapproval of this project tonight. First, in regards to the specific standards, we are asking for a reduced separation to less than 100 feet. And what you're seeing before you is the criteria for allowing that in this section of code, which includes landscape and berming to shield the auto service, parking lots not being located in proximity to residential uses, and lighting plans that are unobtrusive to surrounding residential uses. But first, I want to go over this map just to make sure we're clear on how everything is laid out. The red line surrounding the building indicates the 100-foot offset from the proposed building to the residentially zoned properties. This property right here, if you can follow my mouse, is the city-owned property. These are multifamily property, and then the other residential properties here. This red hatched area is the area that is less than the 100 feet. Also want to point out that the area with the cyan area is the floodplain. It's also encumbered by wetlands, and the brown is the shared use path here. All right, so we are 66 feet. We're requesting that there, so 34 feet reduction request to the city-owned property that can't be used for ongoing development due to the floodplain, I should say residential development. Want to be clear there. And then the nearest residence there is 319 feet away. Given the restrictions to future development due to the floodplain, wetland, and the pedestrian use path, we believe what we are requesting is a very reasonable ask for the approved CUP. In the case of the other residential property, the distance is 97.4 feet. And the distance to the structure is 610 feet. Again, given that this property could not develop into the floodplain in the future, what we're asking for here is a 2.6 foot consideration. As for the criteria to reduce this 100-foot setback, you can see that there is an intense existing landscape buffer to the adjacent properties that is mature and well established, that already meets the landscaping requirements to shield the use from neighboring properties. You can see from the site plan that the parking area is located opposite of the residential area, and thus meeting the criteria of this condition. As for lighting, the proposed lighting is only these building-mounted lights at 14 feet high that will have cutoff shields. This unobtrusive lighting provides the necessary security lighting without spillover outside of the drive aisle around the building. Furthermore, I'd like to point out that this project would remove existing non-compliant lighting, one both here and one further left off of the picture. As you can see, the proposed development meets the requirements that the zoning ordinance conceives in item 6 for the approval of a CUP and the reduction of the 100-foot offset from a residential parcel. What this decision comes down to is a 3-foot variance to the one developed residential property where the house is 610 feet away through a densely forested area, and we're asking for a 34-foot variance to the city-owned property that cannot be developed for residential use due to the wetlands, floodplain, and the shared use path. So this leads us to the general standard. Now, for the question of whether or not this proposed project meets the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Staff's recommendation for disapproval is based solely on this illustration within the village study referenced in this comp plan. We hope you agree that this illustrative plan should not restrict the development of this property in the proposed location to only a parking lot or a pond. The owner did not consent to this perceived restriction on the development of their property, as they are currently marketing the location for redevelopment. Oops, sorry, I'm behind. I would like to point out that as conceived in this study, and due to the actual alignment of the trail, this is where the trail system intersects with the property, providing pedestrian access to and from this development. One should note that this is contrary to the concerns from some of the Planning Commission members who are concerned about having more buffer to the trail. To move on, because you're the authority with the ability to approve our development here tonight, we want to show you how we believe we meet the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. A quote from the village study: "This overall development site is one of the last remaining opportunities for larger footprint retailers in one of the few remaining larger commercial sites in Minnetonka. This is one of the few commercial nodes available for commercial infill and redevelopment within Minnetonka. As such, good planning suggests that this site should be maximized within the comp plan and zoning ordinance guidelines." Another quote from the village study about introducing green technologies for stormwater treatment: "We are treating stormwater from the northeast quarter of this quadrant beyond just the portion that Les Schwab would impact." Within your comp plan, those who are called to determine compliance with the comp plan are required to consider appropriate overall policies, as well as considering resource protection. If you listen to the Planning Commission meeting, you will see that we are meeting the requirements of resource protection by clustering buildings, protecting the existing vegetated areas and the adjacent riparian habitat. These areas are not being impacted by this development. In fact, with our stormwater improvements, we are improving these areas. As shown in the 2040 comp plan, this is identified as a mixed-use node with adjacent commercial development on the north side. In accordance with the comp plan goals, policies, and objectives, this development is in the right location and satisfies the goal of intensified redevelopment of existing developed sites. This is an ideal commercial location at an intersection with 44,000 and 21,100 average daily trips, respectively. As shown previously, this property has an existing adequate buffer to the residential development to the east. The proposed sustainability improvements are in conformance with the city's CAP and 2040 comp plan. The stormwater management plan meets all the requirements of the Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek watershed. There's no change in total impervious area, which means no increased runoff or peak flow rates. We will install best management practices to improve the overall stormwater runoff quality that goes into the creek. One of the goals in the city's CAP is to support electrification of vehicle trips. If conditioned, Les Schwab would install 2 new charging stations on the site supporting the electrification of vehicle trips. Another goal of the CAP and the comp plan is the installation of solar, but also the maintenance of solar access areas, which this is. Les Schwab has a program for installation of solar on existing buildings. However, if conditioned, Les Schwab would install these panels as part of the construction of the project. I think an honest review of the overall comp plan shows that this project can and does meet the general CUP standard. The proposal before you is a reasonable request that is in alignment with the city's comp plan, as well as the specific review requirements for an allowed reduction of the 100-foot setback associated with the conditional use within the zoning district. We are developing where the commercial nodes are available at the intersection of 2 major highways that is identified within your comp plan. The trail needs to interact with commercial at some point, which is what we are creating. We are open to any conditions that council or staff might have to improve this interaction. This is a project in the right location with the right company that will create living wage jobs and who gives back to the community. We very much thank you for your time tonight, your consideration, and your deliberation. Maybe before questions, if we could have the Dan Cohen make some comments, who is the property owner.
Very good. And so I would ask, he's on the phone, so if we can get Mr. Cohen to make a few comments regarding a proposal, that would be great. And we'll have to, it's technology now, so we'll have to see. Hopefully we can get Mr. Cohen on the phone.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Dan Cohen, and I'm a partner in the ownership group for the property located at the southeast quadrant of Highway 7 and County Road 101 in Minnetonka, one of the few commercial nodes within the city. With an average of 65,000 vehicles passing by per day, our property is a prime infill location to meet the city's stated goal of community reinvestment. We enthusiastically support development of a Les Schwab tire within our shopping center. By way of background, we are a family-focused real estate investment firm based out of New York, but we own property all over the country. We are very long-term owners of real estate, and we've owned this property for about 35 years. We are prudent, responsible owners who employ very low levels of debt as we look to run our business through the ups and downs of all business cycles. Additionally, as a result of our low debt levels, we have great choice when it comes to tenants in our centers. Since we don't have debt, we are not forced to take the first tenants that come along. We focus on the long term. We can have the patience that's required to get the right deals done and bring in the right tenants as partners for our centers and for the communities in which they serve. Our goal is to create sustainable shopping centers with successful tenants that provide needed goods and services to the communities they serve. That's good for business, and that's good for the community. That's a win-win. We do this across the country, but some great examples of this are right here in our center in Minnetonka. For many years, this was an old, tired Kmart, but once we were able to get them out, we worked hard to upgrade the center. Most of the existing tenants that make up our center are small, local, and regional business operators. This was an active choice that we made. There were many other larger national QSR chains that would have loved to be on this corner, but we chose Culver's, even though they pay less rent and offer weaker credit than some of the others we considered. We like their local connection to the community. The franchisee's kids go to Minnetonka High School. Same goes for Mega Pickleball, a space that could have been backfilled by a huge national grocery chain, and Opitz Outlet and Becker Furniture. These are all local family-run businesses that support and give back to their communities. They all do very well here, and many of the owners and employees live near the shopping center. They share our values and our vision for what this center can and should be over the long term. A dynamic shopping center that serves the needs of the community and gives back to the community. So, while Schwab is not local to the Minnetonka community, they share a very similar set of values and vision. They get involved in the communities in which they operate. They support sustainable and environmentally friendly business practices, both in terms of building construction and ongoing business operation. And each one of our tenants has expressed excitement about the prospect of them joining the center. We've thoroughly explored locating them elsewhere on the site, but we've concluded that our existing tenants would be negatively impacted by reduced visibility from constructing this building along Highway 7 or County Road 101, directly in their sightlines, and it would eat into their parking field. And if tenants were to vacate the center, re-tenanting these existing spaces would be very difficult without adequate sightlines. Additionally, throughout this process, we have not received a single complaint or concern from any nearby residents. As you saw in the presentation, the nearest homes are many hundreds of feet away from the proposed Schwab building. So there shouldn't be any concerns about noise levels, and the area is so heavily wooded that there is no visibility to our center from the nearest home. Lastly, while we agree with many of the points in the 2040 comprehensive plan and the Highway 7 and 101 Village Center study, the concern about the adjacent city-owned land being guided residential is woefully misrepresented. We vehemently disagree with the assertion that siting a Les Schwab Tire Center at the proposed location would be a detriment to the residential parcels to the east. The buffer between our property and the residential uses is a large wetland and floodplain area with a grove of trees that provide more than adequate screening to the auto use. While some city officials might like to see that land developed into residential housing, it's unlikely to ever happen because it's in a floodplain. We are concerned that the city is looking to overreach and restrict our property rights while simultaneously devaluing our property by disallowing this use. A Les Schwab Tire Center is perfectly suited for the B2 zoning within which our property falls. Our main goal as very long-term owners of real estate is to create centers that can stand the test of time with tenants who share our values and vision. Les Schwab is one such tenant. The community needs operators like Schwab, who are additive members to the communities in which they serve. They improve the quality of life of nearby residents. They serve an important need in the community. They're stewards in environmental sustainability, and they would be a fantastic co-tenant for other businesses in this center and in the area at large. We are excited to bring them to Minnetonka, and we seek your support for our project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any closing comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're available for any questions that you might have from the applicant.
Very good, thank you. And I will ask council, any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to confirm a few things that I heard and then clarify something else. Let's see. First of all, you said there's 2 chargers that you would be part of the plan you would make available. Just one comment, I would like to see those low cost if this project does go forward instead of some of the other chargers around, including our own. And that you'd also be willing to, as a condition, to install solar, to be willing to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Because in the planning commission, it was kind of like, well, if it fits, and here you're saying that, okay.
Yep.
Excellent. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then Councilmember Calvert.
Following up on the solar question, there was a little bit of skepticism from some of the planning commissioners on sort of the viability. You know, it's one thing to, you know, if you have a store in Phoenix and another here in Minnesota, which has actual weather events. So I'm just wondering, you know, out of all of your stores, how many have solar?
I guess number one, Les Schwab doesn't have any stores in Phoenix. But in terms of viability, what that discussion revolved around was the program that Les Schwab currently has where they're retrofitting existing stores to add solar to them. And what they've done is they've lumped new stores into that program, and the studies are done, and the ones with the best solar gain are the ones that tend to receive the solar panels. What we're saying to you is if you condition this, we don't have a choice. We get to install this solar first in this location. And in terms of the number, I don't have that slide. I want to say like in their 2-year program, they're in the 60 to 70 of their stores have solar. They have, and if I remember correctly, it's 23 stores that they have under contract this year to retrofit.
And that's out of how many?
500-ish stores total.
572, I thought the number was.
Is that the number? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I was listening.
Yeah.
So,
that one slipped past me. Thanks, Mayor.
So, well, thank you. And we may have more questions. I want to give staff an opportunity to comment on your presentation so that we can look at it, have all the information we need to objectively look at it. So, Ms. Thomas?
Yeah. Mayor Wiersum, I'll start, and perhaps Ms. Wishnak will weigh in. There's 3 items I wanted to just follow up on specifically. I just want to make it clear about the distance requirement. Specifically, the ordinance calls out a distance requirement or a 100-foot separation from property that is guided low-density residential. It's not about whether or not there's a residence on that parcel. It's about the guidance of that property, and that gets to how the property is utilized by people in our community. So that's first and foremost. There seems to be an emphasis on whether or not someone is living in a structure, but that's not what the code says. So I wanted to emphasize that. The buffering requirement, or not buffering standard, I would say, whereby you can reduce that 100 feet, that is put in there, I would say, to get to the real or perceived nuisance issues that are often we find with automobile-related uses. Traffic, parking of vehicles, and noise related to the use of pneumatic tools. If you've ever been by a tire place or had your tires replaced, you know what that is all about, aside from just sight, I guess. And so if you've been to this property, there is a large stand of very large deciduous trees on the property. I would suggest to you that that provides a lovely buffer this time of the year, but not a buffer year-round. And I would also suggest that on this visual, you can see that a very small portion of that buffer is provided by this property, that it's really all of the residences that are establishing that forested area, buffering, if you will, the use that's being proposed from those uses. And then finally, stormwater management that the applicant has brought up, and the Planning Commission, and here, stormwater management is a requirement in the city. So I would say what's being proposed by the applicant, yes, it's good for the property. It would be required of this development. It would be required of any development on this site, regardless of where it's going on the site. I would not say that it's innovative or that it's a green technology. It's simply a stormwater management practice that's required by our engineering staff for development on any property in the community. I would say that staff had the same questions about the solar that some of the council members asked. The solar information we heard here tonight was very different than what we heard at the Planning Commission. I would want to have a conversation with other planners and perhaps the city attorney about whether or not the city can require, as part of a conditional use permit approval, the installation of solar panels on a property, because it's not in the building code, it's not in our code, whether there's a rational nexus between this approval and that condition. So just to kind of put that out there.
Yeah, I would just add, Ms. Thomas, to what you said. I think the way it was couched by the applicant is only if it was required by a condition. So that, again, was a little bit of a, it was not something that was discussed at Planning Commission, so you didn't have that context. I would just say, I would offer to, I would just reiterate what Susan said about the proximity, and it's not about those structures, it's about all of what's going on in the area. So I think considering all of that, and you know, it's unfortunate that this is where we're at. I think we always like to work with applicants and try to get to a solution. We haven't been able to do that with this applicant, and so it's really just an agree to disagree situation. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak and Ms. Thomas. Appreciate that perspective. So are there other questions of staff? Councilmember Coakley.
I didn't have a question, but I did have a comment.
Well, let's do questions first.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'm just assuming this was asked already, that Councilmember Romali, about the solar panels, because that is at the Planning Commission, he said it was solar panel ready, and that's different than what we heard just now.
Correct.
And
Mayor and Councilmember Foster Bolton, that is quite different than what we heard at the Planning Commission meeting. What I heard the applicant state on the record is that they would be willing to do it if it was a condition of the approval from the City Council tonight.
Very good. Councilmember Romali?
Thank you, Mayor. Would like to ask staff, what do you foresee going on this? Two questions. How long has it been vacant and permeable or non-permeable pavement? How long has it been a parking lot? And what possible development could go on that parcel? And then I guess third, why, I'm still not clear from the owner's perspective why it couldn't go on another portion of this parcel. So 3 questions.
Ms. Wishnak?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Romali. I think that when we were doing the Village Center study, and both Ms. Thomas and I were here while we did this planning process, which by the way involved all the owners of the properties in the area as well as residents in and around this area. So we felt it was actually reflective of what people had talked to us about, and really that natural space just to the north, east of the building was really a pinch point for the public trail, and it just wasn't a great environment. And so you can see in that one plan to the right on the screen, it really was intended for that area to be stormwater management, to kind of backdrop some of what was going on to the east and be more natural, and then pushing the development pads to the north, to the highway side. And I think why they don't want to put it on the west side, I mean, my guess is they feel like it might get in the way of the view shed of the other businesses. It's Northern Tool, it's the pickleball. I heard a grocery store from the owner, but we don't have any application for a grocery store, so that one's new to me. So, I understand why they wouldn't want to do that, but that pushing it either towards the north, just east of Culver's, and do some reconfiguration there, or on the 101 side, I think was kind of the intention that staff had when we had our thoughts. But trying to follow this plan a little bit closer is what our intention was.
Thank you. I guess my follow-up then to applicant is why not?
Why not anywhere else on the site? Yeah,
Specifically
as the owner stated, it anywhere else on the site, whether it's east of Culver's or to the west of the site, because this is a larger format retailer and the size of the building, you're obstructing the sight lines to all of those existing tenants who aren't going to be happy. And then if they're trying to re-tenant that space in the future, it makes it that much more difficult. And it's just the reality of retail and the sight lines and traffic being able to look in and to see what's on the site.
So you couldn't be northeast along 7?
Frankly, up in that area, there's no room adjacent. Right in that area there, there's no room adjacent to the Culvers to do that and to be able to provide the necessary parking both in front of Northern Tool and in front of what would be Les Schwab, and still provide a through path through there.
And there's no design change that could happen to make this not a lower profile so that it could see? I mean,
this is Les Schwab's smallest format building of what they do. It's their retail only building. Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right, council, any other questions? Ms. Wishnak.
Mayor?
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Councilmember Wilburn, I apologize. I've been glancing up there, but I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. I just was wondering if staff could speak to the talk about the property in between. Is what the applicant said correct in that it's a floodplain and that area would residential buildings would not be allowed in that area? And then the other question is, if we were to grant a conditional use permit, could there be permitting around that trail and maintaining the pathway?
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor,
Thank you,
And
Council.
Councilmember Wilburn, to take the first question, yes, most of the area on the city-owned property to the east is located within floodplain. And so to create any buildability there would require a significant floodplain fill and mitigation. So I don't foresee there would be any type of residential structure, not to mention that Purgatory Creek runs through that property. So I don't see any type of residence. Perhaps it's a recreational type structure that might occur or might be built on that property, but a residence I think would be really very unlikely. I didn't quite understand the second question, so if you could repeat that.
Councilmember Wilburn.
Yeah, so they showed, in the picture, the brown path that's coming through city property. It was talked about maintaining that bike path, I think it is. And part of it actually comes, it looks like in the picture, would come onto the property, onto the development property. And so I'm just wondering if it could be a condition on preserving and maintaining that path as part of if we were to grant the conditional use.
Mayor Wiersum and Councilmember Wilburn, yes, the path actually does exist currently on the subject property. There's a significant portion of the trail exists behind the existing commercial property. The city has a trail easement over that area, and so that trail would indeed need to remain on the property kind of as is.
Any other questions, Council? Yeah, I'll ask one, and you can think. I'll circle back. But as I looked at this, I was thinking, okay, I learned quite a bit about Les Schwab tires tonight, and I know that our staff works hard to find a path for approval. And it appears that there's some impasse. And I guess the question that I had, and I raised this with Mr. Funk today, was, okay, if this proposal doesn't look like it's that far away, but what would it take what hurdles does this project have to get over to get a staff recommendation to approve it? I mean, my thought is, okay, well, maybe if you moved it to the north and west a little bit, you might get there, or is it, and maybe you'd have to take some parking out a little bit, to the north and west and move the building forward, or is it more significant than that, and is it kind of a non-starter that for the applicant? But I'd like to better understand, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, if it's not as close as I think it is, tell me that too. But we don't like to say no to businesses, and we like to be creative in solving problems. But I sense an impasse here, and I'd like to just better understand it.
Mayor Wiersum and council members, I think Susan said this before. It's hard to site plan somebody's business, and so we don't like to tell people where to put their building and where to site it on the property. So that is something we're a little.
And you did say that. That's fair.
Yeah, we avoid that.
We're
a
not
little bit.
designers.
No,
we're approvers.
We like to pretend we're designers, but I would say that there are choices on this property that would work and still, I think, preserve some of the sightline issues. I'm looking at some of the area by the pickleball area, and you could leave a pretty big view shed open for if the Highway 7 side doesn't work. I mean, there are iterations that could be looked at, and you might have to shape the building differently. You might have to change your prototype. You have to do some things that are different, and that happens all the time in Minnetonka. The council knows that we ask for changes in prototypes all the time to get it right. And so I think that, again, we don't like to say no to businesses, but when we see a long-term problem, and the problem here is just not a distance issue, it's the totality of looking at a village center study in this application. And so if we committed to that village center study, yet approve something like this, and just because it's moved 40 feet, now it meets the village center, I don't think that works. And so I think that's the kind of consternation that staff went through when we reviewed the proposal. And by the way, there was a lot of discussion about this. You know, we have a pretty big development review team with lots of opinions on it, but this is where we landed. And so I'd offer that, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You know, we're not going to debate it. We're gonna talk about it. So I think we've got it covered. I don't think we need more input. I think we've gotten the input that we needed. But I think I want to bring it back to council for conversation on, you know, what are our options here and what should we do? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we talk a lot about transitional areas, and I really take to heart, you know, if we think about the consternation about 10 years ago about the Highland Bank building and kind of the difference between that building, whether it was on the east or west side of Plymouth Road. I mean, that was kind of a transition issue, and we talk about it in a lot of projects that come up. Usually it has to do with residential, higher density residential transitioning into lower density residential. I honestly can't think of something more disruptive than a automotive service, particularly tire business. And the thing, you know, I think this company sounds great. I'd love to have them in Minnetonka. I think that I give a lot of credit to the building owner and the work. That's not like a beautiful building, and the ability that they have had to keep it occupied and have very interesting businesses in there. So it's very difficult for me to say no to this project, because it kind of does check all the boxes, except that it's in the wrong spot. And the thing that finally kind of, as I'm analyzing the positioning even within that site, is the bays essentially face the townhouse development. You know, I have somebody that emails me many times a week about some noise issues. She lives in a townhouse that is adjacent to a strip mall that does not have any kind of automotive service or anything there. I tried to figure out the distance of her place to a trash unit and the adjacent strip mall. It's about almost 300 feet. And I think about amplifying that to the sound of, you know, the tire thing, so whatever that is. It's very efficient. And I can't justify, and then I imagine a family riding on the trail and a kid new on their bike, and that thing's buzzing, and there's cars kind of, when those guys, they're good at their jobs, but they zoom in and out of those bays. And I think this is a transition area that doesn't support this type of business. I don't think, probably could support a different lower intensity business. I don't think that we are prohibiting use of this property in a meaningful way. I think automotive doesn't quite get there. So that's my long way to say how I justified in my mind supporting staff's recommendation on something that is on, you know, frankly, kind of on a laser's edge.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Other comments? Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did receive a call today from a resident who had concerns around the noise. He said that he stayed behind the northern tool, and his concern was the noise. And he said that currently they hear I guess it's like a gun. I don't know what you call it, but it's a tool they use to place the tires on cars at Discount Tires. And he stated that even there he hears sounds from Discount Tires. So I'm just imagining if it's even closer, the noise that it would interrupt the folks that's in those homes behind the northern tool. So I do think about that. I mean, I'm a story person, and y'all did kind of convince me on the story and all the services and the employee benefits and all of those things. I mean, Sounds like an excellent company, and I would just encourage you all to see what you can do to work with the staff to maybe get this to work, because I mean, I feel like I don't want to deny a business, and I think about employees and workers and things like that, and I think to me, that area, even though you'll be competing against, to me, Discount Tires, but I mean, I can't worry about that part, but I think it's a good place on this parking lot, Northern Tools, and it's just to me, it's a good commercial space for your company. But I'm not the expert, and I have to count on the staff, but I feel like it would be a good place for there. So maybe trying to work with the staff to see what can be done different. But I did want to say a resident called right before I came, and I received the email, and I forwarded it to city staff. And the noise was the concern, not only just for your company, but Discount Tires as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the Planning Commission had a lot of good things to say about the company and the proposal, and they also had some of the same issues that we're talking about tonight, and it does sound like a wonderful company with great values that supports their employees and the communities that that the company shops do business in. And as I think most of us have indicated, you know, we want the business here in Minnetonka. It sounds like a great company, the kind of company we'd want to establish here. And this proposal is so close. And I really, you know, I think tonight we're going to be kind of living through some lessons in consistent application of land use principles and ordinances, not just on this proposal, but others tonight. And I just implore the company and the landowner and to follow, to work with staff to find an acceptable resolution, because I think it's really, really close. And I agree with Ms. Thomas that while the buffer looks really excellent at this time of year, once the leaves fall off the trees, there isn't much of a buffer there. And as they mentioned, you know, this really isn't about, you know, like where the houses are. It has to do with the application of our land use guidance and trying to be consistent. And, you know, solar is great. I'd love to, you know, if you build it, of course, I love it. The lighting is improved, stormwater management, all great. The charging station's awesome. There are so many good things in this proposal, which is why the Planning Commission, like me, wants to see something happen with the company. So I just implore you to work with staff, because at the moment it doesn't meet our requirements, and that's just, you know, unfortunate. But you're close.
Anyone else? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Yeah, I mean, it's redundant, but I agree with Councilmember Calvert and my other colleagues. So it does seem close. It seems like there's another option. And I mean, I know that, I mean, I'm no expert either, but those huge signs, you know, like I drove by there the other day, those great big, there was the mega pickleball, you know, like I wouldn't have seen it, to be honest, driving by. But it just feels like there's other options if you do move it to the place where the, you know, that when you're saying, oh, it's going to block the other businesses, I think there are ways around it. So, and it does look like a good project. So, but unfortunately, I'm going to agree with the city staff.
Anyone else? Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I am really torn on this. I'm like the chair of the Planning Commission. I think we're super close. I'm not sure that the noise issue, and this is probably another question, I don't know if that noise issue is going to be mitigated by moving it to another place on the site, to be honest. So I don't know if that's reason enough to deny based on that. I would love to table this and see, I would really love to see you work with the owner. I don't agree with the whole, it's going to mess up the sight line. I really don't. And right now, I would love to see this tabled and come back and continued rather than just deny you at this point. Because again, without the noise issue, if you either A, recite it on the same parcel, or B, move it so we have that 100-foot. But right now, the noise isn't enough for me because I think at least until somebody can tell me differently, it's going to be issue no matter where you're at on this parcel. So I would look to you to mitigate that as much as possible. I am having trouble denying this right now, I have to say, because the noise, but I'm also really unhappy a little bit with the owner and with you all for not trying to work with staff and get to a spot where we can do this. So I don't know who, but come on, guys, get it together, figure out a way that you can get some signage up that works for the existing clients. Come on, owner, Mr. Cohen, let's make this work, and let's not have this standoff. So I actually at this point don't know what I'm going to do. I am still really torn.
That's
so
fair.
I will leave.
Councilmember Wilburn, do you want to weigh in? I don't want to ignore you, although you probably thought I was going to. You don't have to answer that.
No, I don't have a whole lot to add beyond what's been said. I'm kind of in the same place, well, a similar place to Councilmember Romele. I feel like I understand how staff explained that the ordinance is around how the properties are guided, not necessarily the location of structures, but also I take the point that if that land is not going to be built on, then essentially it gets to me to be kind of a technicality. I also agree, like if people are complaining about noise from Discount Tire, then I don't think putting it on the other side of the parking lot is going to stop people from hearing noise from that business. So I don't know.
All right. Well, I think we've heard from everyone. So as I look at this proposal, we don't know the folks from Les Schwab very well, but we do know our staff quite well. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, why couldn't they hammer something out? But I think if I'm the applicant, I'd say, I'm going to run up the flagpole. Maybe I can get the council to approve this. And I might have done exactly the same thing. But the reality of it is, I think our staff has applied the guidance and the zoning and appropriately. And so I believe the location does need to move. Now, if we deny this tonight or we table it, I still believe that there will be a Les Schwab Tire Center in Minnetonka, because even with not optimal location on this site, Minnetonka is a great place to do business, and they want to be here, and I believe they will be. But I do think that we should stick to our standards. I agree with the comments on sound. If you can hear Discount Tire, you probably can hear tires being changed at Midas half mile down the road. I mean, the sound that tire centers make is not insignificant. And so, moving it on the site is not going to mitigate the sound. But I do think that the points that, you know, if we are serious about our zoning requirements and our land use requirements and our buffers and things like that, this is a credible project. That's not as close as I like to think. I've suggested. I think it's farther away than maybe it looks. But I also think that Les Schwab's not going to walk away from Minnetonka or probably even from this corner of Highway 7 and 101. But I think some changes need to be made. So, you know, I would say that we should take a motion to support the staff recommendation, or perhaps the applicant would ask to table this and come back and work more with staff. I'll give them that opportunity. But I don't think I'm hearing support for this tonight, and I don't know if staff has anything you'd like to add. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification, if the council is moving to table, we do not have an extension from the applicant, so they would.
Okay, so they would need to
would
make
have-
an applicant. They would need to agree to waive the 60-day rule.
Right.
All right. So I will ask that question. It sounds to me, I'm not going to predict on how my council members are going to vote, but I have a pretty good idea. So you've got kind of two options. We can support the staff recommendation, or you could waive the 60-day rule and say you're going to come back and work with staff. Your option.
Mr. Mayor, we'll waive the 60-day rule and come back and work with staff.
Very good. So that sounds good. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And then,
Mayor, I do need him to sign something, so when we
Okay.
take a break, we'll print
yeah,
something
and
out.
we are going to take a break after this item. So do we need to take a motion, do anything with this, or if they're given this course of action, do we take no action?
No, you need to actually take an action to, if that's the way you're moving. I can't quite tell. If there might not be enough
Right.
to table. I don't know. So let's just give you two options. If you have a motion to deny, that would be following staff's recommendation. That's one option. Second option is to table. I would recommend that you cite what you expect when tabling it in terms of what you want the applicant to work on. You could also table it to approve it. That's another option. If you want standards and conditions to be written, we would prepare those in the interim. So those are your three choices.
All right. So I'm having a little trouble understanding the difference between 2 and 3, because I think if we table it, the direction would be to work with staff to get to a point where staff can make a recommendation to approve. That's you know, I think that would be what the council would look for. So to me, it's only 2.
Okay.
We can support the staff recommendation to deny, and I don't think the applicant wants that, and they're willing to extend. So we need a motion to table and to extend the time. Ms. Heine or Mr. Funk.
As Mayor and Council, if I could just ask Ms. Wishnack to clarify for you on both those options. So if one option is to deny.
Right.
That's staff's recommendation.
We understand that one, I think.
Understood, but I would like Ms. Wishnack to clarify, what does that mean in terms of the process? In terms of starting over with an application, do they start from ground zero? Versus if you were to take the second option, which is a motion to table, provided the applicant gives us written notice of their waiving of the 60-day rule, what does that mean in terms of timeline, in terms of a new application and starting over?
All right, Ms. Wishnack, thank you. Mr. Funk?
Yes. So if the denial occurs, they would have to actually reapply, start the process over. There's a new application, there's a new public hearing, there is a new review by the Planning Commission for the new site. That does not happen with the tabling. So
Right.
Just to let you know.
So, and then just to clarify, if we table and then waive the 60-day rule as they've agreed, then they continue to work with staff and it comes back to us without a new application, but it's a modified application. Is that correct?
Correct.
And without going to planning commission, so
Right.
there would be no review or
No formal
recommendation.
public hearing, but there probably would be a public hearing at our
You would
council
hear
meeting.
from people
Yeah.
the next time you saw it. Yeah.
All right, council, we have kind of two options. Would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Shack, you're the attorney, come on.
Well, I think it's, I want to make sure staff doesn't want to get the extension signed first before we make the motion to table, or if we're okay doing that.
That would always make me feel better. Thank
Okay.
you, Mayor and Councilmember Shack, that they would sign before you make your motion, yes.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Do
And
you want
Mayor,
to
Council,
recess?
if I can just jump in, maybe suggestion just to take a 5-minute recess.
Why don't we
and
take
then
our
we can
recess, which we're
reconvene
going to
and
do,
then
we'll
take
get this
action.
sorted out, and we'll come back and act on this. That's all good. No, that's good. Thank you. So we will, let's see, it's about 7 minutes to 9. We'll come back at 9 o'clock, and thank you all. It is true. Well, this one's not open yet, but but I need to stay hydrated. So we're waiting on Mr. Funk, and then we will be back in business. Yep. I'm home alone. All right, are we ready? Are we ready to go? Our 5-minute breaks never quite go just 5 minutes, but anyway, so we have before us a couple of options, and Ms. Wishnak, would you confirm for the record that we've got what we've got and where we are, and then we'll come back and take action.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members. We did receive the 60-day waiver. It is signed by the applicant, who is representing KLJ Engineering, so we do have that for the record. That does waive the 60-day law requirements, which means that the council has still the two options to deny or to table, and you can use whatever reasoning on the tabling side. If you
All right.
deny, you follow the staff recommendation.
All right, so before us is a staff recommendation, which I believe continues to be to deny, but we do have the applicant has agreed to an extent, has waived the time limitations, so the 60-day rule has been waived. And I think the intention is of whatever option we approve tonight is to have the applicant work with staff to the point where the staff can come back with a recommendation to approve. And I don't know what that will take, but that's the goal. So I'm rather indifferent on which option goes forward. But do we have a motion, Councilmember Calvert?
I have a question because Ms. Wishnak before break mentioned that if we were moving to table that we would have to give some direction as to what we exactly were looking for. So when if we make a motion to table, if we said something to the effect of, meeting the conditions that were not met in the current iteration of the proposal.
Okay, I think Councilmember Calvert, if I may, Mayor, that would work. I think just some direction on whether or not you felt, the Village Center study was important to abide by that, or if it was strictly a measurement issue, or how you want to go about that. That will guide the staff in their conversation with the developer.
That's exactly the kind of information I wanted to know.
All right, Councilmember Calvert, does that suggest that you want to make a motion?
I would be happy to make a motion. I think I will cite some of the things that we
Go
have
ahead.
been discussing. So I would like to make the motion to table the conditional use permit and final site and building plans for Les Schwab Tire Center, based on the idea that the Village Center study and the comprehensive guide plan conditions which were not met are close to being met, and there are options on the property that would, I think, working with staff would allow them to meet the necessary conditions to earn a recommendation of approval from staff.
That's a mouthful. Is that, are you clear? Okay. So we've got a motion. Is there a second, Councilmember Shack?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Any other comments or discussion? Otherwise, Ms. England, would you please call roll?
Foster Bolton.
No.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
I'm looking for your number. Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. All right, so this item has been tabled. The applicant is going to work with staff, and there is more to come on this matter. So, we don't need a break, we just took a break. Next item is a preliminary plat with floodplain alteration permit of 1 acre oaks at 2511 and 2516 Plymouth Road. And I believe, I was looking at the wrong agenda here, so Ms. Thomas, is that you or is that? Yes, Ms.
Mr. Mayor,
Thomas, that is you,
it's me
excuse
again.
me.
Yes.
Sorry, I have two agendas here, and one has everything, all my notes, and the other one didn't. So, Ms. Thomas.
Most council members are familiar with these properties, but by way of a refresher, they are 2 large lots on the east side of Plymouth Road, in total about 10 acres in size. The properties contain several natural resources, including a 100-year floodplain on the northerly portion of the site, significant topography, a portion of which is considered steep slope by city code definition, an oak woodland brushland woodland preservation area, and over 1,000 trees. What's before you this evening is what is the third formal application for development of the site. There were several concept plans for development of the proposal also. The first formal proposal actually never came to the City Council, but went to Planning Commission only. It was before the Commission in December of 2023. It included not only the 2 subject properties, but 2 properties immediately to the north. That proposal was for 13 lots. It included a floodplain alteration permit and many variances for each of the lots and the roadway itself. Staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial of the project, and the applicant chose to pause that set of plans and rework things and come back to the Planning Commission then in February of 2024, which is the proposal you see on the middle portion of the screen. That second development proposal, again for the 2 subject properties and then the 2 properties immediately to the north, was consistent with an adopted roadway plan for the area. It actually included 14 lots, so 1 more lot than the December proposal. All of the lots themselves met our lot standards, but it did require a tree removal variance. And so staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial of the project, finding that really the primary purpose of that tree removal variance was to maximize the number of lots that could be achieved. The tree removal variance could have been negated by dropping some lots from that proposal. That proposal did come before the council. The council agreed with Planning Commission and staff and denied that request. And so now we have the current proposal that is for you. It includes just the 2 southerly lots. So those 2 northerly lots are now out of the mix, so to speak. As proposed, those structures that currently exist on the properties would be removed, and the 2 properties divided into 8 single-family residential lots accessed via a new street from Plymouth Road. The lots would be each 1 acre in size. To accommodate construction of public infrastructure, so the road, the public utilities, the stormwater treatment area, as well as new driveways and new home sites, significant earthwork would occur here. There would be excavation from just a few inches to up to 10 feet, and then similarly fill, again, from very nominal amounts in some areas of the site to up to 10 feet in other areas. This grading would impact a large portion of the site, but actually would not impact the steepest portion of the steep slope. That's kind of the middle of this donut you see on the right-hand side of your screen. The grading would, however, result in removal of 70% of the woodland preservation area on the site, 60% of the high priority trees, and 68% of the significant trees. The proposal does require approval of a preliminary plat and a floodplain alteration permit. In reviewing the proposal, staff focused on two primary questions. The first is whether the subdivision is generally reasonable. And as we have throughout all of the subdivision requests that have come forward over the last year, we do find that subdivision of these sites is generally reasonable. These two properties are very large relative to everything that is around them. They have remained unchanged while development has occurred over the last many decades. The second question then is whether this specific subdivision is appropriate and meets our city standards. In terms of lots, as I previously noted, each of these 8 lots would be over 1 acre in size, and they would meet or exceed all minimum R1 lot dimensions in terms of their width, their depth, their buildable area. In terms of the floodplain alteration that's being proposed on the northerly portion of the site, the extent of the alteration is allowed by ordinance. There's no net fill of floodplain, and in fact, they're increasing floodplain storage. And then finally, in terms of tree loss, as the council knows, the city's tree protection ordinance limits tree removal during subdivision to 25% of the woodland preservation area on a site, 35% of high priority trees, and 50% of significant trees. But the ordinance goes on to state that if a proposal is above those thresholds, the subdivision cannot occur at a density of more than 1 unit per acre. Another way to state that is that if a subdivision has a density of 1 unit per acre or less, the tree removal thresholds essentially don't apply. And that's the case here. This proposal would exceed the tree removal thresholds in every category. And I would note that these percentages don't include ash trees, because we don't include ash trees in our counts, and there are many, many ash trees on this site. So the actual visual removal of trees would be far greater than this, but those trees would come down in any scenario, development scenario here, regardless of site design, regardless of lot number. So Lake West has chosen to present to the city a development of 1 acre lots, thereby kind of negating this tree removal threshold or limit. The tree removals are allowed by code. It's been suggested by some people that I've talked to that the developer has found a loophole in our ordinance, and staff has talked about that, but we don't feel that that's the case. The ordinance was written in this way. We included this provision in the ordinance many years ago intentionally, because it was presumed that developers would want to maximize the number of lots that they could achieve when they developed property, and so therefore they would meet the tree ordinance. In developing large lots, it was also presumed that people would want to kind of preserve trees, to preserve that valuable asset. That's just simply not the case here. Given that the provision of this ordinance has existed for 16 years and we haven't run across this before, I think that indicates that this is not a loophole. This isn't a common practice. This is just something that's occurred on this site. In conclusion, then, staff is disappointed, as I pointed out in the report, that this subdivision has been designed in such a way that the tree removal that will occur is at the level that it is. It will result in significant visual change in this area. That said, staff also acknowledges that this proposed subdivision meets our city code standards. It meets the rules that we as a city have established for ourselves. And so we recommend approval with those conditions that we've outlined in the resolution that we've provided to you. The Planning Commission did consider this request at their last meeting. I think they shared staff's general opinion about the project. They did also recommend that the council approve the proposal. And so with that, I would turn it back to the staff, or to the mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I'll turn my microphone on. There we are. Council, questions that you have for staff. I know that there's a good number of them. So questions on this proposal and what's been presented here. Councilmember Calvert.
I have a few, and I might have a few later. So where are we on the clock in terms of 60-day rule?
Mayor Wiersum and Councilmember Calvert, the 120-day rule, the 60-day rule, and we have extended the 60 days. The 120 days would expire on August 5th.
And what might happen if, I mean, let us just say I have some issues with this item as it is coming before us, as Mr. Fretham can probably imagine. Can we table it and ask him to come back with something resembling previous proposal, which the Planning Commission and the City Council had suggested was rather close to acceptable? Is that something we could do, because we have essentially a month?
Mayor and council member, I would suggest that you as a council could do that. I would suggest that, you know, the applicant could choose to change their proposal or choose not to change their proposal.
That's all I have for the moment.
All right. Council, other questions for staff? Otherwise, we'll invite the applicant forward, but any questions, and you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant as well. But any more questions for staff? All right, then I would invite the applicant to come forward and tell us what you are thinking regarding this proposal. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kurt Fretham, Lake West Development, 14525 Highway 7, Minnetonka.
Mr. Fretham, quick question.
Yes.
You've been before us many times.
Yeah.
Do you live at that location?
I don't live there, no.
Would you mind sharing your home address? Because that's what we typically ask for people to provide.
I would rather not. My current address is Minnetonka, but I prefer my public address be known at the office.
Okay, very good. I was just curious because you've always given us your office address. I thought I'd ask the question.
Yeah. If somebody wants to visit, they're welcome to see me at my office.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes. We really don't have a presentation. We've presented a number of applications and worked hard and trying to come up with a development plan that could preserve as many trees as possible. We shared those plans in the past. We tried to give the city the tools that they could use in their toolbox to grant variances to allow us to save trees. And we spent several hundreds of thousands of dollars on those plans that we pretty much got laughed out of City Hall on those ideas, and kind of feel like, yes, it's said we made the choice. We don't feel like we made the choice to move forward with the plan before you see tonight. We felt like it was the only plan we would get approved, is to just sit down and follow the ordinance. And so, yeah, we're disappointed. We know the city's disappointed, but at the end of the day, we still think it's going to be a nice development, and I don't know what else we could really say.
All right, Council, any questions for Mr. Fretham? Councilor Calvert.
So I appreciate, you know, that you have a record of, you know, trying to develop really difficult parcels. And this is one of the most difficult in the city. It's also one of the most beloved because it's a heavily forested property that's been that way for decades. And you came before us with something, and I mean, I watched the Planning Commission meeting, I sat up here, and we all told you, thank you for working so hard on this. It's perilously close. It's really, really close. So instead of getting closer, you threw it all out the window. And I honestly, I'm trying not to get upset. So I'm just going to ask, why can you not work with staff and just get over those humps that you were so close to an acceptable proposal in your the last time you came?
Mr. Fretham.
Thank you. I think that's a very fair question. And you say, why can't we work with staff? We think we have. We think we have very diligently, very hard tried to work with. And it kept circling back to, we just can't grant a variance. We heard it not from staff, but we heard it from all levels from the city. That plan is a much larger parcel. It includes the one that you're referring to as close, included the two parcels to the north. And so if you subtract those, how should I put it? From an economical standpoint, I know that doesn't count in your book, but it does on our side. And so we have to balance that side of it too. And so we're having to acquire access, which is coming at a premium. And we shared at the Planning Commission City Council meeting at those versions that we needed that unit count to make that work. And we didn't want to go to this plan that you see tonight. We gave you that plan as our first choice. We didn't go through all that work and spend all that time and money and resources to not get there. And there was talk that, yes, you just need to take a couple of lots out. We looked at it and we didn't think taking a couple of lots out was going to meet the ordinance. It looked like it was probably going to be 3 or 4. But even if we had to take one out, it didn't work. Just and we're not saying that the neighbor to the north was difficult. He just, I think he was asking a fair price for his property, but he just is not really a seller. And he's got 2 nice homes there that he says, I don't care if you tear them down, or he didn't use those words, but you do with it what you want, but I value those homes to a certain amount. And if you want to use my property and take the homes out, I'm not going to stop you from developing it, but I deserve a fair price. And so giving him a fair price and getting the unit counts to work, it just didn't add up. So it wasn't thought lightly or thrown out as the words you used. It was a lot of consideration that's been put into it.
Council, any other questions you'd like to ask? I think we're good. Thank you, Mr. Fretham. Well, I won't promise you that we don't have any more questions, but I think did you have a question? Councilor O'Malley? I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Fretham. So is there anyone who would like to comment on the proposal before us tonight? And if so, please come forward, state your name and address, and let us know your thoughts. And if there's no one, that's all right, but I want to make sure people have the opportunity to comment. All right, I'm not seeing anyone from the audience who wants to comment on this, so I'll bring it back to council for, oh, excuse me, Councilmember Wilburn. Excuse me, that's right. We do have somebody on the phone. Thank you, staff. We have Mr. Sam Rush who would like to comment on this item, and if we can get him on the phone, that would be great. I see his name up there. It always takes a minute.
I can't unmute. Mr. Mayor, Sam is unmuted.
Okay.
So he can speak at this point.
Mr. Rush, go ahead.
It looks like he's not unmuting himself.
Yeah, Mr. Rush, can you try and unmute yourself because we can't hear you yet?
I just saw the mute button. There it goes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. Mayor, council members, staff, as stated, my name is Sam Rush. I live at 12625 Sherwood Place. I'm calling in to voice my disapproval of this development. You know, after listening to the developer, I want to ask the question, why do you have to develop this? If it's not working, why not move on from it? And I understand going with the proposal that's out there right now. I understand that it follows the letter of the law, but this doesn't seem like this is the developer at this point is, to me as a resident, is being a good partner. And I know that's something that they talk about on their website, and that they are looking beyond the block to see the wider implications. I don't see that here. If you're looking at the wider implications, then you don't take this out. Then you figure it out. You work with the city. If you need to have a less margins, then that be it. But I say all this, but besides all that the number of trees being removed and the amount of floodplain being filled, although I understand that it's an offset, but I disagree with this. And as Ms. Thomas said, it's going to change the area quite a bit. Not only just in the looks, but also we're adding another cul-de-sac on Plymouth Road, which already has quite a few cul-de-sacs. And this cul-de-sac does not connect to any place else, like the second proposal did. This one just goes in, creates the cul-de-sac, and then creates another access point onto Plymouth Road. There's already 5 access points there from housing, plus 1 additional from a private residence, private drive. I think if the city would be able to, and the developer would be willing to try again, I understand it costs money, but I go back to the question and looking at beyond the block to see the wider implications. That this is not it. I just wanted to share with you all that I echo the frustration of the staff, of the commissioners, and of council members, of the frustration. And I understand the frustration of the developer that they want to make something, but there's a better way to do this. And it's not just me that, as a resident, that has this. I've talked to my neighbors, and they all agree that this is not the way. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. All right, so I think Mr. Rush is the only resident who wanted to comment tonight. So I'll bring it back to council. And I think we've done questions. So your comments and thoughts on what we've got before us. I think in talking with and hearing Mr. Fretham tonight and hearing some of the preliminary questions and direction, that nobody's thrilled with this, but it's what we have before us. And I don't know, staff, I don't know if you want to comment on what our options are, but basically it's we have a staff recommendation for approval based on the fact that it meets our ordinances. And as Ms. Thomas said in her presentation, the ordinances were put in place. I'd say maybe the values of the council at the time looked at density and development perhaps somewhat differently than they do now, but right now we don't get to act on the ordinances we wish we had. We have to abide by the ordinances that we do have. So that's the decision before us tonight. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be frank, this proposal is infuriating. I don't think it makes the mark of a good neighbor. It's the utmost irony that the project is called 1 Acre Oaks when most of the oaks are going to be removed. There were a lot of options to do better with this, and there were some sacrifices that were going to have to be made along the way. This is the worst possible outcome, and I'll be honest, Mr. Fretham told us that this is what he was going to do. There's no surprise. It's still a horrible proposal and an infuriating position to be put into, but we don't have any choice, in my opinion, other than to approve this because it meets the letter of the law. I think it will make things much harder for Minnetonka in the future. Certainly, multi-million-dollar homes built on 1 acre lots that have been basically decimated of trees doesn't meet our environmental standards. It doesn't meet our goals to try to have even slightly higher density. I think it'll be an example that will come up in the legislature this coming session as to where development is going wrong in the suburbs. And in every way, this is a horrible project. And I welcome new residents to Minnetonka, but I don't think this is the way to get there. That said, I have to support the vote in favor of this proposal tonight.
Other comments? Councilmember Romali?
Go ahead, because I got a lot to say.
Yeah, just first 2 quick questions and then a couple of comments. So I don't know if staff can answer this, but there was a previous version plan that called for a cul-de-sac off Plymouth, and I believe that the county nixed it. What changed? Or maybe that was a concept plan, or I think there was, or am I wrong? I could be wrong on that.
Mayor and Council Member Romali, certainly the county has permitting authority for access points onto Plymouth Road, and the county has always suggested to city staff that they would allow for only one access point to this development site. they have never indicated to city staff where that access point needs to be. The developer has suggested that the county has said it needs to be in a certain place. The city has never received any specific indication from the county where that access point needs to be, other than there can only be one access point to the site. Having said that, the city did receive written notice from the county that the current access as proposed is acceptable to them.
All right. Second question was to the developer. And I get what you're doing, and I understand why. My only question is there any inclination, possibility to do a look back on February 12th and that proposal? I'm not saying that we're going to take it. I'm not saying that my other council members would even agree with me. I'm just asking the question.
Mr. Fretham.
We could look back at it. I just felt like the direction we were giving was really clear. We did study it after that meeting and explored other avenues, but we just really were at a loss of where else to go.
All right, so I understand that you might be willing, possibly, and I'm not even, again, I don't know if any of my fellow council members would even agree or staff would agree. I'm just trying to get information here.
I feel like we've made deals with the parties involved that I just need to stay on course.
Understood.
Yeah. There's a lot of parties involved.
Thank you.
I can let other people ask any other
All right.
questions before I make comments. If others have that, I've already taken
right.
time.
Are there any more questions, or we can take comments? But any other questions? No? I don't know, did you want to make comments, or did you want Councilmember Calvert to go? I think she's...
Yeah, didn't. All right,
Okay.
I'll make comments unless my fellow members have anything to say.
All right, Councilmember Romali?
Given that, I'm sad to hear that answer. So I think, given the legalities, this is a quasi legal matter that we have to handle here. I always mess up juridical or judicial. Yeah, quasi judicial. So I'm going to have to support this staff recommendation, but with really deep regret and apologies really to the community for my part in getting us here. I kind of look at the earlier proposal from February 12th. I wasn't here in December. There are, 14 dwelling units, far less tree removal, and now we have 8 dwelling units that are going to be really expensive, big homes on big lots with probably 80% plus tree removal on these parcels, these combined parcels. I kind of look at it, and myself included, as kind of a collective failure by City Council, the Planning Commission, staff, and in some ways the developer as well. We denied that February 12th proposal, and now we have a project that represents the worst outcome. Instead of, again, the 14 more moderate size home, we have 8, large expensive homes, the tree removal. And I'm a brand new council member, fairly new, and at my pre-meeting notes for this meeting, I wondered, I have it in my notes, I look back, I wondered if we were cutting off our noses to spite our face, and wondered if we needed to look for a way to accommodate a 14-home development and be flexible with the tree ordinance or be creative. But, I was really afraid that, denial would lead to this scenario that we face tonight. It was my second or third meeting, and I didn't voice those concerns. during the council meeting. And, you know, I did encourage the developer to work with staff in good faith, come to a solution that benefits them and the community. You know, at this point now, I kind of, you know, regret my reticence and again, my part in this outcome, because what has come back is, again, the worst of all possible outcomes. And, you know, there's nothing we can really do about it. And, you know, that's where we're at. I'm disappointed that we as a city didn't move or do more to kind of avert this scenario. I don't see a legal pathway to deny, but I do call on, you know, all of us on council, planning commission, and staff to work together to kind of avoid this in the future. And, you know, that could come in a couple of forms, as, you know, looking at the tree ordinance, the application, you know, kind of balancing that with our need for density, our need for affordable housing. If it had gone through for 14 units and we could have done one as a, you know, homes within reach home, that would have been great. So, long comment, I'm just really saddened, frustrated by this situation, and looking forward to kind of maybe looking for a better path forward in the future, all of us working together. Mr. Fretham, I hope that, you know, we can do this better in the future. There's things that we need to look at, obviously, as a city. I would hope that, you know, you would work with us in good faith going forward. And anything that you can do with this development, assuming it's approved tonight, to lessen that. I understand, you know, your frustration of having gone through this process, you know, a number of times, and the money spent on, you know, various plans. But anything that you can do at this point, given, you know, we don't have, I don't think, probably the power to deny this, you know, if you can work with us and you know, do something to save some of those trees, to make this as good as it possibly can be at this point. We'd appreciate that. So that's it for my comments.
Thank you for Councilmember Romali. Other comments, anyone? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, we're in a time in the world where there are a lot of scenarios that nobody could envision happening, that are happening all over the world. And now one is happening right here in Minnetonka. And staff knows that for years I have been a pest about our tree ordinances. I have fought for stronger tree ordinances. I was concerned since I was on the Planning Commission about just such a scenario, especially concerning our woodland preservation areas, which are remnant woodlands from ancient woodlands. And because, as staff mentioned, they couldn't even envision something like this happening, because in decades of doing the work, the collective work that our long-serving planning staff has done, nobody used the ordinance in the way that you are about to use it. It was meant to do exactly, you are following the letter of the law and violating the spirit of the law. And I worked at a law school for 8 years, and the mission statement at that law school, basically, to paraphrase, was to study, to teach, to practice the law, and work to make it more just. So I personally am going to work to make our laws more just as regards tree preservation, and that means for the trees in our community and protecting our community values. We have a zoning consultant that has mentioned that our, you know, tree ordinances can sometimes be a barrier to development. And I totally agree with Councilmember Romali's comments. You know, I felt like I was being generous about the February proposal because I felt it was really close and I really wanted to see it succeed. And I really want to find a way tonight to give you a chance to make that one work. And if there's any way that we can get some will on the council to maybe table this and have you rework and see if we can get closer on that, We have a few weeks before the clock runs out, and that's what I would like to see. So I'm not giving up the ghost on that, but I will say this is not your first proposal. It's not even your first project that you've actually done, and your track record of execution is not without significant flaws. There are projects that you've brought forward that you have not completed. You have come before this council on more than one occasion asking, before you've even built anything, can I chop the trees down because people can't envision what their homes would look like with all the trees in the way? And I was the one that asked you if you understood why people love living in Minnetonka, and year after year in the community survey, people said the trees. So in my mind, this is a violation of public trust. It is not my job to make sure you can make money. It's my job to protect community values, and that's what I've been trying to do this whole time, and still allow you to develop this very special property. And I'm sure that Mrs. Dudica is probably just rolling over right now. I'm sure she couldn't even imagine what is about to occur on that property. And my job is to weigh the competing interests and do what's best for the community, including the best and highest use for the land in our community, and this is not it. So I agree with Councilmember Romali. Everyone has a part to play in this. I tried my best to strengthen our tree ordinances. Maybe we have to make the limit 2 acres and not 1 acre. I don't know what but to lose a woodland preservation area that you're willing to just ride roughshod over, that makes me want to vomit, frankly. I can hardly talk right now. I am fuming. This is unacceptable. I want to vote no. In my heart, I'm going to be voting no. I don't know if I'm going to be able to vote yes on this. I don't support it. But I also know that you are within your legal rights, even though you are violating the intent of the ordinances. So, and I also recall a conversation with you at People's Organic where you basically said you were going to cut down all the trees because the children owned the property and they were within their rights to just cut down the trees, and then we wouldn't even have any trees to worry about in a tree count, which is also true. You own your property for 2 years, you can cut down all the trees you want on your property. I've always had a problem with that. I still have a problem with that. So when you came here last time with Adam Niblick, who I used to work with at the City of St. Paul as your attorney, I knew that you were making a promise, not a threat, and you're keeping your promise, and that's very unfortunate. So I don't really know. I think this is a violation of our community standards, the intent of our ordinances. You have a repetitive disregard for those values in our community, and we don't really need $2 million homes. And so I don't really know what's going to compel me to vote yes on this. So we'll see what happens when we get here. But I really encourage you to go back and rework this. You were very close last time.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Other comments? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I wanted to wait because I totally agree with Councilmember Calvert. And I think she said it better. The other thing about this is that not only the removal of trees, but what I see on that property is massive amounts of grass that's going to be treated with chemicals and is going to feed the groundwater, and your grandchildren are going to have to live with it. I mean, this isn't just taking down trees. This is, and not only are we responsible for this community, again, we're responsible for the children who are going to have to live here, and it's going to affect them, and it's going to for years and years, and it's such a shame, and I feel a little held hostage
And I don't see, I mean, I do think that it looked to me like the council really tried to work around it. And so I'm not, you know, and I get it that everybody has a part to play, but I also get it that, you know, everybody in, you know, the city staff and the city council takes these jobs because we want to serve the community and the future of this community. And this is, you know, not doing it. And it is embarrassing. And it's just, we have to drive by that all the time for years after this.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster Bolton. Anyone else? Councilmember Wilburn, Councilmember Coakley? I don't see Councilmember Wilburn right now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I had to change locations.
I understand. Sorry we've gone so late.
That's all right. Yeah, I mean, you know, echoing what a lot of the other people have said, I did, after the February meeting, I did make some suggestions about changes that could be made to the ordinance.
Councilmember Wilburn, is there any way you can? Is there any way you can turn your camera on? Because for you to participate legally, we need to be able to see you.
It says it's on, which is why.
Okay, so chances are your bandwidth isn't sufficient.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Wilburn, how about if we come back to you? I'm sorry about this, but we need to see you.
Okay.
We've got a very uneasy city attorney right now with you being invisible. So we'll try, hopefully we can recover your image and come back to you, and I'll see if there are any other comments. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Councilmember Coakley, anything? No comments? Okay, well then I'll comment. Yes, I'm not a fan of where we are. It's unfortunate. This is a very challenging piece of property. It always has been, and it is proving to be right now. The one thing I would say about this property and the proposals that we've seen before, regardless of their strengths and weaknesses, the likelihood of we're not going to see affordable homes on this property regardless. I mean, I think we're going to have big $1 million homes and bigger multi-million-dollar homes. I mean, those are the options before us, and let's not kid ourselves. I mean, the reality of it is that we're confronted with an expensive piece of property that is difficult to develop, and the options are not very good. The current proposal, there are proposals that, I mean, let's be honest, we didn't love any of the proposals. Because we felt that they really challenged a number of things that we stand for, but the current proposal is particularly egregious on that front. I mean, you know, I believe that Mr. Fretham knows that trees add value to property, and it's in everybody's best interest, whether we approve Plan A, Plan B, or the current proposal, that the site will be more valuable with trees on it than without trees on it. But the grading plan seemed to indicate that there's not going to be many trees left on that site, and to me that's the real challenge and the real tragedy. And I'd love to see regardless of how many lots we end up with, I'd like to believe that a plan like this could preserve a lot of trees around the perimeter and make it much more attractive for the people who are going to buy those homes, and make it much more environmentally sensitive. It would be a better plan with more trees. It just would. But I also think that, we don't have a lot of options. I think that we've known that if this council turns down a conforming plan, we put ourselves at legal jeopardy, and that's probably not a good use of taxpayer dollars. But I'd like to think we could do better than this. So those are my thoughts. I mean, given a choice, I mean, and Councilmember Wilburn, we see you, so I'll end my comments and turn it over to you. But I mean, I think right now we're in the realm of no good options before us. If the applicant wanted to come back and work as creatively as he can, but he's indicated that he's done that, and those plans have been rejected, and I'm not going to argue with him on that. We didn't have this plan before us to consider, and I don't like it very much. But the reality of it is, if it's conforming, I'm not going to choose to put the city, I'm going to agree with Councilmember Shack that I'm not going to put the city at legal jeopardy to prove a point. If the applicant wants to come back with some better ideas and work with staff some more, and he may or may not want to do that, I will vote to support this plan, not because I like it, not because I want it, but because I feel legally required to do so, and that would be my rationale. So I'll leave it at that. Councilmember Wilburn, sorry, good to see you, and please share your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. It's late, so I won't spend a lot of time repeating what everyone else has said. I did, after the February meeting, make some suggestions for the ordinance that didn't really get much traction, which is kind of unfortunate that we're here now. It's a terrible plan. We won't fight about semantics on whether it's a loophole or not. I definitely agree with Councilmember Calvert that it doesn't meet the spirit of the ordinance. And it's unfortunate that the developer is willing to to take out 70% of the trees because he can. But as others have said, I also, if there's no legal basis for denial, then I have to, against my will, vote yes. I would love to see an agreement reached with staff. I'm not holding out a lot of hope on that. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Does anyone have any last comments? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't usually make second comments, but I feel compelled to say I don't want to set a precedent that says that you threaten a terrible plan to get us to approve a less terrible plan. So I'm happy to hear something that's better than the last plan and better than this, but I am not in a position to be held hostage by saying, didn't that old plan look so much better now because I'm giving you this garbage plan? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not interested in doing that, and I don't want to set a precedent for doing that for future developers. So I'm happy to consider something else, but I don't want to go back and say, oh, we should have approved it in February because now what we got is worse. I'm just not comfortable with that.
That's not what I'm saying. I hope you understand. And I feel I feel like I have a gun to my head. I think we all feel like we're being held hostage. I thought something like this was going to happen. I also felt like there were proposals that were close, and that's all I'm saying. And if there's some way we can salvage the trees, I understand what you're saying 100%, and I totally agree, but that's not what I'm saying.
So, we're going to need a motion, and that I don't think anybody wants to make. But I'm also going to ask the applicant. I mean, we've got a few options in front of us. I'm not going to recommend tabling this or anything like that, but the fact of the matter is we have another council meeting in 2 weeks, and we are not at the deadline on the now 120-day rule. So this could get approved without the council taking any action whatsoever, and it would just be approved because we didn't do it on a timely basis. Now, I talked to staff about that today. That is not a good option because in the ordinance that we have before us, there are significant and meaningful conditions. And if this gets approved by basically a pocket veto, those conditions are not part of the approval. And so that really takes the city's flexibility away. But we could, if the applicant was interested in trying and improving this plan and coming back in a couple of weeks, or it would require another waiving of and an extra 60 days. I'm not recommending that he do that, but if he wants to work the plan further, I think the council would probably agree to that. I don't know that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but otherwise, we have very little choice, and we can approve this. And I don't know if the applicant has any desire on doing anything different than this. Clearly, he's heard that we don't like it, but I don't think, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And if he doesn't want to make any changes, then this is what we're going to have. So I just throw those options out in the effort to try and find a better solution. And, I just asked Mr. Fretham if he has any interest in doing anything different, or if he wants to stick with this. And if he does, I respect his wishes. It's really, the ball's really in his court on that question.
I appreciate the second or third ask, and I respect and understand or appreciate as much as I can what you're wrestling with and your disappointment. And some of you have said it's not a good plan. Maybe there isn't a good plan. I don't know what we could do that's really better that could be supported. And so I just feel like we're at that crossroads of needing to make a decision.
I respect that.
Thank you.
So, council, we need to make a motion. I don't think the idea of kicking the can down the road is one that is going to make any changes. So, is there a motion to approve the proposal before us? Anyone? Don't speak. Don't all speak at once. I mean,
I'll make it.
Okay, and I mean, if someone would prefer that I make it, I'll make the motion. Councilor Romali?
I will, if you allow me to make one more comment and plea. Mr. Fretham, you said you live in Minnetonka. I assume you've done so for a long time. My family has been in the community for 5 generations now. So I would ask you, as a Minnetonka resident, presumably you have maybe had your kids here, and maybe you have grandkids here. I just really ask you to look at that as you go forward here. And with that, I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution approving the preliminary plat with floodplain alteration permit for this property.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Romali, a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. Englund, please call roll.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
sorry. It's very emotional. Yes.
Romaili,
With deep regret, yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes. Motion carries. So that brings us, we're nearing the end, but not quite when I thought we would. Item 14D is an ordinance authorizing and regulating the conduct of lawful gambling, repealing and replacing Section 605 of the Minnetonka City Code. And Ms. Wishnak, I believe that's you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're switching gears now to our conversation about lawful gambling, which we've had before. We've had multiple conversations, so I'll keep my presentation shorter. You've seen it in study session and you saw it the intro, and so now we're to the final point of making a decision on the lawful gambling ordinance. This is just the slide I provided before about how does the state enable cities to do this, and it's really about the premises on which the gambling takes place. That's really what we're talking about. It also enables other items to occur like local taxes, etc. And we had showed kind of how it actually happens and how the participant is going to a host location and then participating in the gambling, which then flows through a charitable organization and eventually paying taxes and all of that, but also giving out their proceeds to recipients, charitable recipients. And then there's a 10% capture in the ordinance of the net profits that is written into the proposal. We also talked about trade area, where the organization spends its money, and we have a defined trade area in the ordinance. Again, we talked about not only that, but the adjacent cities, which is required by the definition in the state law. And then also we included school district geography, and it's all school districts that have a presence in Minnetonka, and that's more than just the three typical. There's also District 287 that exists in Minnetonka. And then we had talked about 70% of the gross profits must be spent in the trade area, and then how the organization is organized. They would have regular meetings in the defined trade area, or that they have a third of their members that are in the defined trade area. Again, that draft ordinance does include the 10% net gambling profits for lawful purposes that the city specifies, and we're going to have to spend some time doing that during budgeting, and then it'll probably be in the next budget cycle because you won't have actually any cash receipts until the following year. And then you'd have to decide how to use the funds. And during our conversations, we talked about no local taxes at this time. We're going to monitor how the transactions are occurring and how much work it is and administrative work that we have. Something new for you to consider, we did have public input provided on Minnetonka Matters, and basically we're just asking some general questions about here's the ordinance, here's what's proposed, and are you in agreement, or what comments do you have? The site actually garnered about 600 visits, which is pretty high. That came from an email to almost 11,000 people, so that's our latest news email that typically is a pretty broad section of Minnetonka residents, so that's why we chose that one, and it got it to a lot of different people. In the end, however, lots of people paying attention, but maybe they don't really want to make a comment, so about 40 people provided some comment, and in that it shows there were 26 that supported the ordinance, 10 that did not, 5 that I couldn't qualify either way. Maybe some good, some bad things that they thought would come of it. So again, 41 total provided input. You do have some emails in your packet. Also in the change memo, there were some communications as well. So we would recommend you adopt the ordinance. You do need 4 votes to pass the ordinance. The next step, though, there's more to do. So the ordinance actually has to be enacted, and then we actually have to do licensing procedures for the applications. And the idea would be in about September timeframe, we would start to accept applications if it is passed. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for any questions. I know we've had a lot of conversation in the past, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Not only in the past, we've had a lot of conversation tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
But council, any questions for staff? All right, I'm not seeing any. Let's see, we have people in the audience, and if there's anyone who would like to make brief comments, we'd welcome your comments. Sorry, we did not have the luxury of being brief, but we're going to ask you to do so.
I know you were looking at me.
Good evening. Provide your name and address, please, for the
Yes.
record.
Ann Jennings. I live at 6006 Clarion Pass, Minnetonka, of course, and I represent the Scoreboard Bar and Grill. That's at 5765 Sanibel Road, just off of Shady Oak and Crosstown. I've been a resident of Minnetonka for most of my life, most of my adult life, well into 40 years. And so this is kind of a very emotional and intense kind of session I was just witnessing that makes me kind of be choked up because it's just I witnessed was an unbelievable exercise in looking at what is morally right and legally right and best for the community, and having to support something that you do not feel is right, and I don't feel is right. So he'll have to come back and visit you again. Just remember that. So anyways, I want to make this really quick. We have about 60 employees at the Scoreboard Bar and Grill. Our oldest and longest employee has been with us for 39 years, and most of the rest of, over 50% of the staff, has been with us for 20 years. I was blessed. My dad opened up the Scoreboard, and 30 years ago he passed away at the age of 95. I thought I was in retirement. Here I am. And so he made me promise that I would do this, that I would take care of its employees. That was the most important thing. And so here I am. And I want to say that I'm really here for those people. My resume is long enough. My life has gone well. Don't need a whole lot of things to make me happy. But in the end of the day, I want to go out and I want to know that I've taken care of people, and that I've had a responsibility, and I've given back, and that I've done good. And that's what I heard from you all here. So I want to take a moment to thank Mr. Funk, Mr. Wearsome, and particularly Julie, who I have been pestering for well over a year and a half. And, oh my God, no, you answer her email. No, you answer her email. I really appreciate the time that you have spent. And in particular, I want to say thank you so much, because in researching all this gaming stuff, you deserve a higher place in heaven, Julie, because there are 600 pages of ordinance and government agencies and everything that support the success of charitable gaming. And so there's a great foundation there. I don't know if you had a chance to send out the letter I sent out. I kind of tried to sneak it in between family this weekend, but I wanted to get the facts out. I want to make 3 points. Is that, of course, we gave you a petition just from representing 3 restaurants in Minnetonka with over 250 signatures of great customers that, God bless, have been with us for a long time and support charitable gambling. Number two is that after all the hard work and dedication, and I know it's outside your purview of doing this, heading up this agenda, that the due diligence and the work that you have put into this and coming to you and asking you to support this ordinance for the benefit of the community, the businesses, the employees, and all of that. So in the Minnetonka matters, for the most part, I really got upset the other day when I was reading through the communications because I really didn't know how charitable gaming was going to lead to prostitution. But, you know, I'm always open-minded, and so, but there were some concerns, and rightfully so. A lot of people don't understand charitable gaming. It's embedded in our community. It's who we are. We love to give back. We love to see kids on the field who are given an opportunity to participate in sports. Grandkids. It does a lot of good. And so it's shown, it's demonstrated when this state made $4.5 billion in charitable gambling last year, and $157 million after payouts went to charitable organizations. That I don't care if an organization gives one person, 10 people, or 1,000 people a hand up and gives them an opportunity to go out and do something significant. So I believe in that. I believe that that's really important. Plus, I believe in supporting our communities and the community jobs that it offers and the residents who live in it. So $197 million was spent in taxpayer local taxes and state taxes. There are 1,100 nonprofits in the state of Minnesota with over 3,000 hospitality locations that offer charitable gaming. It's not like it used to be. It's not a stigma anymore. We in Minnesota love giving, and we love playing, and we love socializing, and we love to enjoy the people around us and our families. And that's what being able to offer charitable gambling in a restaurant environment is not like a movie theater, not like a mall, not like an amusement park, nothing else. It completes a niche. Now, going to some of the things that, you know, we're all techies now. I mean, even I'm an addictive solitaire player. We're all used to that. It's readily available in our daily lives, whether there are stakes there or not. And charitable gaming requires not very high stakes. It's not a casino.
No, Ms. Jennings.
I know time is running out.
I really like you, and you're very interesting, but it is 10:30 at night, and you said you'd be brief. I'm going to hold you to that.
You got it. Okay. And so I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to address this particularly to you, Brad, because I know you're pretty conservative, and your concern was the matching of alcohol and gaming at the same time. Number one, we're not a casino. The footprint is very small. Number two, you and I have to have an interaction, and I'm going to be observing your behavior, your dress, what you order, what you do, everything, and I can control that environment. And my employees go through extensive training on how to control and avoid situations, whether it's a dash and dine or somebody who's had too much to drink. I've outlined all of the ramifications, and I'm going to tell you, it's going to come down to the morality and the responsibility of a restaurant owner. And you're not obligated to offer charitable gaming to every restaurant and bar that comes in here. Look at the history of each and every single one. But I do think we can spend our entire lives looking at what ifs. What if? Should we outlaw fast food places because it might lead to obesity, or retail locations, or any of the number of things? I'm not a fan of cannabis. It scares the heck out of me. Okay? But that's what we have. And the fact is, hopefully, we can monitor these things. In our environment, we can. We can 86 people. We can cut them off. We can make sure that they get home safely. So I'm going to say that I know the people in our business. We have civil and criminal liability. I can be held personally liable for my behavior. So I'm going to encourage you. I sit here and I'll just tell you this. As a restaurant operator, I sit down. Every single city, location in very upscale suburbs around us are offering this. Police reports don't indicate there's crime, and I can't see how that would actually happen. Let's go grab a dinner and go rob a house. I can't see that probability. The fact is that this does very much good, and we are keeping, in my particular instance, I'll tell you, I have to take care of my longtime employees. I have to attract customers into the building. I can have fun bingo where people pay $2 for a card and have fun and enjoy themselves. But I also have seven charitable gambling bars and restaurants right in Hopkins, within walking distance. I have down the street 2 restaurants, one that's going to be opening up in the Campiello location, which is a sports bar, which is blocks away from my business. I'm sitting here, we've gone through, since we're located in the Opus area, we've lost 70% of our luncheon business and after work business. We have worked hard to build up and see our ways through the tough times. Labor costs are up 35%, product costs are up, my food costs, I'm running a higher 5% just to make my product affordable. This is a 24/7 business. It's grueling. It takes its toll. And the fact is that I'm telling you, on behalf of the restaurants and bars that would like to participate, and it doesn't appeal to everybody, because you don't make a lot of money. You give up space, 2 or 3 or 4 tables that you could make money or revenue on. So it's not a trade-off, and I included those financials in the packet for you. So at the end of the day, I'm going to ask that you look at it from a competitive perspective, that you look at it from a morality perspective. You understand that there's a tight and woven 600-page document that regulates each and every action and interaction and monitoring and spot checks in these restaurants. And the fact is, if there's one single question, just a question about what happened, boom, the state will cut down and stop the charitable gambling activity in that location, innocent or guilty. That's how seriously this state takes it. So I'm asking you, I can't think of anything else, and I did promise to be short, but I got a little carried away. So I'm asking you to support this, help our community. Come on in and visit us, and you'll see you'll have a good time. And help these kids and help the organizations, the first responders. That's really important to us, that we contribute out of our pocket to. Please support this initiative. I'm begging you, on behalf of my business, the employees who depend on it, and my community who loves it, and my customers.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Have a good night. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this? Anyone? All right, I'm not seeing anyone. I'll bring it back to council. So council, we have, the recommendation is to adopt the ordinance, requires 4 votes. And then there are some steps there. Ms. Wishnak, do you have anything you want to add? Oh, we're good. So, council comments. Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've thought a lot about this, and I feel that anything we can do to help our business owners be successful and compete with the surrounding communities, I'm in favor of. I am sensitive to the gambling component, and I reflected a little bit on my own work. In my personal life, I've been a family law attorney doing divorces for 20 years, and I can think on one or two times where a gambling addiction has been the source of a demise of a marriage or a family unit. Whereas I could tell you I've got a handful of cases on my docket right now where alcohol use and abuse is a major factor in why the marriage is ending and consequences for the children and all of these things. Yet we, without any blinking the eye, addressed 3 liquor licenses today. So, I understand the concern, and culturally, I think that some of the concern related to gambling is a little overblown in proportion to some of the other things that we don't think twice about going on in our community. So I'm going to support this tonight, and that's just a little glimpse into why I think maybe some of the concerns about the moral piece of this are perhaps a little bit overblown.
Other comments? Councilor Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I generally agree with Councilmember Shack's statements. I mean, I've lived all over the country. I've lived in tiny towns. I've lived in California. I've lived in many states. In California, you can buy liquor anywhere. I mean, pretty much anywhere, because it's a wine state. I lived in Indiana. You could smoke anywhere. You could smoke everywhere because it was a tobacco state. So, they had ashtrays at the end of every aisle, and people would just be smoking stogies in the supermarket or the laundromat, which drove me crazy or whatever. So anyway, things are different everywhere. So to your point, and I think addictions are a problem. I also, I don't think that pull tabs are, that's not where people are going to really, really run into big problems, losing the mortgage or whatever. I do know people close to me whose marriages were in trouble because one of the spouses gambled away the down payment on a house and so on. So it happens, but it's not going to happen with pull tabs. So I agree that we have to support our businesses and make them competitive. And every business is on a razor's edge right now. So I'm in favor.
Other comments? Councilmember Foster Bolton?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this as well, and I am in recovery. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I've been sober 8 years, and I attend bars, go to bars all the time, and go to restaurants that serve liquor, and it makes it doesn't affect my sobriety. So I would support this.
Other comments? Or Councilmember Coakley?
I support it as well. I got a chance to pull a couple pull tabs last year for my birthday in Minneapolis. It was fun and interesting. It's not nothing I would continue to do. I lost $20 real fast. But I support it. I don't think it's gonna cause a big problem as far as gambling, and I also think about the comparison of the cannabis. I agree with you about that, and also alcohol. So yeah, I support it.
Any other comments? Councilmember Romali?
Thank you, Mayor. Just echoing everybody else's, I agree with the other comments. Also, I think the upside outweighs any downsides that we have, and it's a great way to support youth sports, and it's also a way to keep our businesses competitive, not only youth sports, but so many other things as well. So good thing overall. I'll be supporting it.
All right. Well, I think we know how this is going to go. Councilmember Wilburn, excuse me. Thank you. Any comments?
I have no comments, but I'm willing to make a motion.
All right. You can do that. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't have the wording in front of me, so you'll have to insert the specific wording. But I move approval of the whatever staff recommended for this ordinance.
The adopt the ordinance language?
Yes.
Very good. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn. Councilmember Foster Bolton?
I'll second.
Very good. So I didn't comment, and as Ms. Jennings indicated, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I will vote no on this. But I respect. We pass ordinances and we enforce ordinances, and I will support the ordinance in terms of how it operates. But I just don't feel comfortable personally voting for it, and I'm not going to. But I respect the decisions of my council members, and I'll abide by that. This is not about winning all the arguments. So anyway, so we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Calvert?
Yes.
Rameli?
Yes.
Coakley?
Yes.
Wearsome?
No. Motion carries. So, and Councilmember Wilburn, thank you for getting on camera, and have a safe trip. And is it? There's one more. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm jumping ahead. But anyway, I want to make sure that if you had anything you wanted to say tonight, you had the opportunity, because you've been very patient with us.
No, just where I'm sitting, there are giant beetles. So if I suddenly run screaming, that is why.
Okay. Well, thank you for suffering on our behalf. Okay. So finally, we have one other item, and it is appointments and reappointments. And I'm going to pull this up on my. And we have an appointment to the Sustainability Commission. And so the recommended action is that we approve the appointment of David Carr to the Sustainability Commission to fulfill a mid-year vacancy effective July 9th, 2024 and expiring January 31st, 2025. And I will say that David Carr was one of the applicants to the Sustainability Commission when we did our interviews, and I called him, and he is very enthusiastic about joining the Sustainability Commission. So I will make that a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by the mayor and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. England, please call roll.
Foster Bolton?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Calvert?
Yes.
Rameli?
Yes.
Coakley?
Yes.
Wearsome?
Yes, motion carries. And so now, for the motion that everyone's been waiting for, is there a motion to adjourn? Council members.
So moved.
Councilmember Wilburn, is there a second? Councilmember Calvert.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you. Keep dodging those beetles. Good night.